Okay, well, we could potentially put temperatures there, which heats... Wait, I don't know what it said. Took Miss Gray out of phys ed today to have a little talk with her. Father Lord Milch was telling me he's worried that she's a touch more sensitive than is good for her, and I don't doubt it, poor girl. I know you've dealt with her dad and his big personality, and her mother was a real tragedy. God rest. Oh, you fuck.
Last one.
Jesus. Fuck me. Are you the gold one? Oh no, my gold! He made me lose my fucking gold. I don't know where it is. I just need a second. I just need a second. Fuck. It's getting to me right now. My God. My heart right now is just... It'll kill me. Swear to fucking Christ. Jesus. God, I absolutely hate with a passion moments like this.
Stay away.
No.
Cry. I am not there. I did not die. Mary Fry.
No! Oh, fucking thing. No!
Is to suffer.
No!
Is to find some meaning.
Fuck!
Friedrich Nietzsche.
Oh! Back around. Oh, go. The table's gone. Oh, go. Go. Shit. Oh, fuck.
Have fun in there, boy. I'm gonna be back for you later.
Oh, shit. Okay, gotcha. Oh, fuck me. What's this? Maxwell's statue. so that's bad. That's bad, Blue. But I've really got to find this part. My microphone was off. I'm back with a cat. That's not for you, buddy. Hey. You gonna sit on my mouse? Oh. 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 Oh, okay. It's just gonna be like that. Hey! Hey! Yes! 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 Fucking thing! Gotcha!
That will be valued later on. And
But-
some that may turn out to be regrettable. That fellow in the bar, he was less than helpful, more than a little rude, if you ask me.
Because I know that in Man of Medan, behind, like, whenever something was going to happen regarding, like, a character's death, he would appear in the background of him, of that scene, or the scene. Melon, what are you saying? Melon? No. I swear to God, if you know... The hell, where am I going? Fucking spider, dude! Fuck, I hate him! Oh my god. Oh. I wanted an index, my hardware wasn't up to scratch, and it was almost never available when it was. Yeah, so, I think EB Games had exclusive, selling rights. Ow, don't bite. Okay. EB Games had exclusive selling rights in Australia, and yeah, they never had them in stock. Okay. Got. That was moving. Why is this one moving? Oh my god! One more.
Hello everybody, how we doing tonight, or today, or wherever you are? How you doing? How you going? There we go. Hello everyone. Who's here? Let me go through. Hello Daniel. You were here first. That's kind of obsessive, but welcome in. Mandy, how you doing? FP, Zuna, Tigdon. We got Sada, Fishy, Griffin. I think I saw a Splurgles there. There's a Splurgles. Hello. Oh, everyone's so cute tonight. Hey, you have a hat now. Nice transformation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, how are we all doing? How are we all doing? On a Tuesday, I ate a bunch of sushi and had some iced tea. Ooh, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I'm just trying to think. I can't remember the last time I had sushi. Not a big sushi fan. And I know that's probably going to be some hard information to take in there, but yeah, not a big sushi boy. I got a flu shot and my right arm is dead. The flu shot's meant to help, Sada. No, sushi belongs in the bin. Yeah, look, Dan, I know we don't agree on much, but what the fuck, Dan? I OD'd on sushi at Akami 1 time. Why'd you reach for me? Okay. Oh my god, you don't like food? Like, I like, oh my god, cancelled. Yeah, Mandy, I gotta, you know, I had to say. Unmod from Dan's stream. Fishy, you can unmod there and mod here if you want. If that, no, actually, no. You probably won't want to because I put some of my points on Mandy. I remember that. So I apologize about that. I was just, Mandy was being real supportive and has been for so long. So I thought, you know, no, you have a perfectly good mod in Zuna. You wouldn't even believe me. No. It's not that at all. It's because Mandy is just super supportive. And that's all, okay? Okay, champ? Calm it down. Yeah, I champed you. What of it? Easy to do in fairness. 55 plates between 4 people. Ooh, splurge. That's a lot. This motherfucker champing me on top. Hey, maybe. I definitely did, but maybe. You got no proof. There's no clip. There's no, you know, I'm going to delete it from the VOD. It'll be like it never happened. Oh, wait, can you mod me real quick? Dan, why? Why do you want to do that? Actually, let me enable. All right, I've enabled it. You can, who wants to time out people? You guys can go nuts timing out everyone if you want. Go for it. I'm going to change my night shift review to 4. 4 stars. Nah, fish, come on. Please don't. Please, I beg of thee. We'll literally divorce you. I'm just a solo dev. Hey, Gub, how you doing? Dan, go lurk, Queen. Go lurk. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you. Fishy, okay. Thank you for popping in, Queen. Appreciate you. Do what you need to. Is there anyone else gonna lurk? It's cool if you do. You can. That's cool. How you doing, Gabby? I need to we need to figure out a time and a day for me to give you the green screen. Need to do that at some point. So stares unnervingly. Okay. All I could see in that was Sunna, and I had no idea what Sunna is. Stare Sunna Vingly. Yes, let me know when you're home and I'll come bash down your door. There's about 3 doors to bash. I'm not sure if you could do that. But yes, no. I work from home, so I will. Yeah, I'll DM you and we can sort it out. But yes, The green screen, by the way, funnily enough, might be taller than you. I don't know. So yeah. Anyway, we'll sort it out. We'll sort it out. We'll sit. No, wait, Gabby, come on. Everyone lurking, you're going to stream. Yeah, I think so. I think Fishy's going to go stream. Dan's going to go stream. I don't know. Everyone's leaving. That's fine, though. That's fun. What are you playing today? That's a good question, FP. I've got a backup. Griffin, you can stay, yes. I'm going to go stream me unfollowing the stream. Ooh. Are you going to stream it following back, Fishy? Fishy's streaming Hello Kitty and Island Adventure. Hey. That might be a good game. I don't know. Don't look at my Steam library. I don't have it. No, FP. I have a backup, but I'm going to see if Dan wants to play a game together. One that's I've never played before, but it looks a couple look interesting, but I'm testing the waters. And if he's not down for it, that is completely cool. I've got some other games to play. Bunch of games, actually. I'm just going to go piss my pants, to be honest. I can't even keep up this bit. Fish. Sometimes you got to piss your pants. There's that saying. Shit, what is it? Poo-poo time can be piss time, but piss time cannot be poo-poo time. Or something similar. But as long as you're not pooing your pants, you're good. I've heard that game is difficult. Yeah, from experience and things I've just seen, it's not. Words. I think some of it is time gated in real time, so you can't do things, and then you gotta wait for a real day to go past. So that sounds like drunk Zuna wisdom. Yeah. That's what happens when you spend so. Anyways. When life give you lemon, piss your pants or something. Of something or something. 100%. But no, I think the Hello Kitty game definitely time gates, so you have to come back and do other stuff. No, that doesn't work, Sada. Doesn't work, sorry. All right. All right. Okay. Auntie Donna, yeah. Auntie Donna's good. Rolkus, that's not how you spell it, but thank you. Hello, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay. What was I doing? Rolkus. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. All right. Done. Easy. Easy peasy. No, how you doing, Rolkus, anyway? You living life to the fullest? How's the How's the job? How's the new job? You enjoying it? I saw it as a little bit rough at the start there, but I hope it's good now. Mm-mm. Job is boring. Yeah, but are you getting paid nicely, or are you just getting paid? Is the amount of money worth being bored? Uh, uh, all right. Getting 25K less than my last joint. Nah. Is there less stress at this one? Or is it pretty much a similar role, just less money? But I leave work at work. Cool. Doesn't sound too bad. Could be worse. Could be much worse. Neat. Cool. All right. So over the weekend, Zuna and I made a impulsive decision. We bought a new couch. I'll see if I can get it up. Couch looks pretty good actually. It's a is it memory foam? I don't know, but it's not like your standard couch. It's all broken up into pieces. Fuck your couch. I don't want to fuck my couch, Rolkus. We got it. And I think it's coming. Looks cool. That's 8. Yeah. Was it your last resort? Did you get a piss mattress too? I wouldn't call it a piss mattress. But hang on. Hold up. Awkward. There we go. Hang on. Oh, there we go. This bad boy. Hold up. Pisses on mattress. No. No pissing on this mattress. It's expensive. Oh yeah. Also, it was on sale as well. So it says 2.6 here. We got it for 1K. So, but no, we got this couch. Very excited. And look at all the it could be a bed. It can be a bed, and it can be a couch. How cool. How cool. How cool. But also, Honor Guard, welcome in. How you doing? Sorry, I saw your message and then I started talking about a couch. I'm good. I'm good. Hope you're doing well. But it can be expensive piss mattress then. 100%. It's going to be expensive. I think we're also curious about how Chip is going to treat it because with the couch that we've got at the moment, he likes to claw it, but he also likes to get underneath it and kind of go upside down and claw. Whereas this one, he can't get underneath it. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Is it nice and comfy for when you bet against Zuna in marbles to have to sleep on it? Yeah, look, I feel like this one's going to be pretty comfy to sleep on. Because you can have it this way, and then I'm sure you could probably put this bit over here. I think it'd be really, really comfy fish. So when I do have to sleep on the couch, this will be comfy. So we had something like that growing up. Used to use the arm headrest to beat each other. Zuna, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you with these guys. Not bad. Not bad. It's just going to be like pillows. It's just going to be like pillows. Fuck. I really got to stop. I got to stop saying that. But no, This could be fun. No, this could be fun. No, Splurge, no, don't do. No. It was nice knowing you, Marty. Yeah. Bet this would make a great pillow fort. No, I think so too. I think no, Zuna, you didn't. No, you're all good. No, Zuna, if you could not look at that clip, that'd be great. Don't look at it. Now I feel like if anyone's going to beat anyone with these pillows, it's going to be her beating me. Hey, Buggles, welcome in. How you doing? Good luck with Cat. Cat's generally pretty good. He's I think he likes carpet more than couch. I think he only does couch because he can't get to carpet. So, as someone who is very clumsy, I like the rounded edges. Yeah, Zuna, is this why you wanted this one as well? I've run into our doors many times. You have? No, is that why you got this one? Because there was a few variations of this, and this one ended up being the nicer one of them. Maybe. That makes sense. But I think it's going to be comfy. It's going to be real comfy. Also, for everyone that's saying it's a piss couch, it is spill resistant. So if hypothetically, let's say I couldn't make it to the toilet in time and I did piss my pants on this couch, I'm just ruining the pants here. The couch is going to be fine. Also, we got a high rub count. Don't know what that is, but high rub count. Resistant doesn't mean proof. No, I know. Well, spill proof fabric. So we got both words. Raucous. Spill proof and spill resistant. 2 in 1. You got any rugs? Raucous, no. We don't have any rugs. No rugs. Marty, no piss on couch. Hey, no promises. So the stream will bounce onto the carpet. Yeah. No, fuck it will. Not our kink. Yeah. This baby can hold so many rubs. Slaps couch. Rub count is actually really important. Okay. Look, Mandy, I'm going to take your word for it. Yeah. So we're excited about this couch. We're excited. No more couch. Goodbye, couch. Get out of here. Get out of here, couchies. I'm being earnest. Ernest? I thought you were Mandy. What the fuck is this? What is happening? Okay. That was getting real doofy. I developed a high rub count through my teenage years. Oh, I bet you did, Splurge. I bet you did, you dirty dog. It just means like how many times you sit and stuff before the fabric piles and wears. I should be in furniture sales. Hot damn. Mandy, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Maybe you should be in furniture sales. Is there a fantastic furniture near you? Or an IKEA? Looking at couches. Oh, Panda, we were looking at couches. We're getting a new couch. We made an impulsive choice to purchase this couch on the weekend. It should arrive this week sometime, but it arrives in boxes. It's not like your couch that you get and it's just kind of wrapped up in like a couch condom. Oh my God, Fluff, get out of here. It's in a box. So, but it's one of those ones where like you open it up and you cut the condom covering it, and then it kind of just goes bleh. So we got a koala couch. Yeah, we got a I think it was koala mat. Oh, koala mattress for the bed, and that was the same deal. Came in a box too. You really got to watch out though, because it's just kind of like comes out real quick. Real quick. Please film opening it. Okay, we'll try our best. There is 3 boxes, or maybe 3 boxes, so we might have 3 chances to do that. Oh, actually, that sounds like a lot of people and not a lot of dogs, so maybe not. Do you love your koala mattress? Yeah, we do. I know that sounds like I wasn't sure, but that was just me trying to remember what it feels like to be in bed. And yes, compared to previous beds, I know I think this is the best one. We had to find one because I think I like a firmer mattress, and then Zuna likes a softer one. So we kind of had to find an in between one for both of us. And it was really hard because it was online. But the one that we ended up with seems really good. So I think that was just kind of a lucky guess in a way. But yeah, got to get them on the right angle. Otherwise, you'll be sent across the room. Yeah, I can't wait. Cannot wait. Especially if Chip kind of runs. He'll run across as we open it. And it'll shoot him across the room. Zuna has a great track record with pulling things that spring back out of other things. Sounds dangerous. I'm real talented. Yeah, JPEGs don't really capture softness well. Yeah. Are these the one where the foam takes a while to expand out properly, or just bam, it's there? I think it's a bit of both. I think it's a bit of both. So when it's in the packaging, it's really, really compact. And then when you open it, it does kind of spring out, but it's not like it takes probably like maybe 1 or 2 nights, at least the mattress did, if I can recall, to really kind of expand to what it needed to be. No splurge. Go eat, King. But yeah, so I'm curious about the couch actually, if that will spring as well, and then take a couple days to expand out properly. But yeah, no, I'm sure we'll get some pickies, some pictures. Oh, yeah, no, excited. That arrives, I think, later this week, but we probably won't unpack it immediately. We do move house in, is it 2 months? We move at the end of June. Yeah, okay. So 2 months, 2 months, 2 weeks. Okay. Okay, so plenty of time. So yeah, so we'll basically have this couch in a box or in these boxes, and we just can't use it for 2 months. So, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll be getting rid of this couch because it's not good. We'll probably give it away for free in the to someone in the surrounding apartments. But yeah, no, it's definitely going to be there tempting us, Griffin. We'll look at it each day and just kind of be like, kind of want to open it, kind of want to see what it's like. But it'll be exciting for the new place, I think. We also don't want to, I guess, open it and then have to then figure out how we're going to get it through the door, into the elevator, all of that jazz. It would just be easier with boxes. Yeah, 100% makes moving easier. Yeah. I was thinking before we get into it, what is the it? Just chill out for a little bit. Scotch was playing it yesterday. The color game. Mandy, do you know if you're still there, Mandy? What was the color game because I did have it open and I was playing. It was a bitch. But I forget what it was called. Da, 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 da. So, yeah. Because I think I was going to just open it up and do that. But I forgetsy spaghettis. When did I do it? Was it yesterday? It was yesterday, right? Yeah. Dialed? Hang on, if I just type in GG in my history. It was dialed. Dialed.gg. You are right. Oh my god, that is blinding. Is there a... Okay. All right. Okay. So Chip's fur gets loose. And then he obviously gets loose. But it gets in the laser part of the mouse. So when I move it around... Anyway. Okay. All right. Oh, wait, there's a... Oh, fuck, there is a dark mode. Shit. Okay. Here we go. Dark mode. Hey, Sharp, how you doing? Welcome in. It was in my screenshots from when I got one perfect. Oh, you got one perfect? Shit. Okay. This is like piss yellow, right? Fuck. Zuna's going to come in here and be like, that's wrong. I'm a graphic designer. What do you mean you don't know the hex color, the hex code of... Yeah, hues and clues. Hues and cues. I brought it up in when Scotch was playing as well. I was more... No, that's... I feel like that's too green, right? Great game. Yeah, I really enjoy it. That's pretty fucking close. That's pretty close. Look at that. It's just like... Oh my god. I'm pretty happy with that. Pretty happy. It for sure has a green hue to it, so I hope that's not your piss color. No, fuck. No, I'm not saying that's my piss color. I'm just saying that's an off piss color. All right? I drink enough water, thank you. None of you fuckers got my Wendell from the Simpsons color. When did you say when? Sorry, Sada. I don't think I saw that. I played Hues and Clues with a colorblind person. That sounds fun. Okay. An off neon green, right? So if I bring that up. So if I say that's neon, it was like... No, it was more... a bit darker? What? Maybe? Back during the other place you lived at. Oh, no, I don't remember that at all. Sorry, Sada. Fuck. I feel like this is going to be really off, actually. I don't remember the original color anymore. No, this is... I don't think that's right. I'm gonna go this. I don't remember the original color. All right, we're gonna forget about that one. We're gonna forget about that one. Okay. Okay. Doing better than Scotch, to be honest. Oh no, he was getting them pretty close. Ooh, ooh. He was getting pretty close. He just had to go darker. I seem to not be in the right fucking. He was getting a lot of nines. I'm not getting. I had one good one at the start. Oh, this is a darker grimace. Mama B says hi and bye, Marty. Oh, bye, Mama. Damn it. So we got a dark grimace. No. That one. Fuck. Holy shit. It wasn't like that before. That's too dark, right? Holy shit. No, you don't have to watch that, Zuno. No. Let's not compare ourselves to pro gamers. Oh, fuck. That was a completely separate color. Okay, this is the haze blue. Haze blue. Just going to wing it. Oh. Okay. That one much better. Ooh. Yeah, that one got me. These two here, not good. Not good. Beat me up, TOS. No, Zuna, I said don't watch that one. I imagine I'd be awful at this. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this one. And I think there we go. Is that sound coming through? Okay, I think so. Okay. That seems off. Oh no, it's at that point now where I completely forget what the original one was. Okay. Okay, hang on. The sound was almost like you'd hear going to a show and there was like the orchestra there and you'd hear the everything kind of going all at once, right? But just like there's that. I can imagine it. I'm not sure if I can say it. No, these all seem off. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. All right. Ooh. Way too high. Yep. Sorry, Sada. Sorry. I'm learning you can't see nor hear. No. This is why I need glasses. I'm wearing contacts at the moment. But oh, Oh. That was close. Hey, Gubs. Yeah, contact gang. Yeah. Why do we let him drive? No one lets me, Zuna. I just do it. Also, Criffin, if you knew that was 125 before that, that's insane. How'd you know that? How'd you know that, Criffin? I'm not very good at this one because I forget the original sound and then just try to make the sound I like. There's been a couple times where I do that as well, Mandy. Okay. Oh. Okay. With that one, I forgot the original sound. So I forgot it. And then I think in my head, I replaced it with the sound that I thought it was. And yeah, I was pretty close. Pretty close. What's your subscription? Subscription? Perscription. Oh, close. Whatever. I think it's minus 3.5 and minus 4. I think like 3.5 and 4 or around that, I think. I know they're both yeah, in the negatives. Okay. Oh. Have I told you what mine is? I don't think so, Gub. Unless maybe. I don't know. Okay, so you're legit blind, holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, if I take my contacts out, I can't really see. Everything's just blurry. I can't really make out words or anything. Yeah, we don't need to look at that. We don't need to look at that. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. That's it. Had enough of that. That sucked. Yeah, things are just blurry. Things are just blurry. Minus 10 and minus 11. Ooh. Ooh, rough. Ah, that sucks. Maybe we have, Gub. Maybe we have talked about this. I just don't know where. Just don't know where. Also, I didn't realize because that prescription, how thick your glass lens. I don't know at what point do they become too thick and that you can't get yeah, thick. So at what point can you not do contacts? So obviously you can because you wear contacts, but that must be close, right, to the point where you can't anymore. Surely. I tried to take an eyesight test, but I missed the door leading into the room and walked into the wall. Nice, Sada. Thank you for that. Good news though. When you reach middle age, your eyes change shape and you start coming back to center. Huh. Interesting. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, hang on, let me have a quick Google. What prescription can't do contact lenses? All right. Okay, well, this doesn't say at all. Okay. Fuck, Google sucks sometimes. Absolutely sucks. How many fingers am I holding up? Mandy, get that a lot, actually. Not anymore, but I did in high school. And I'm sure Gub did if if she's on -10 and -11. Although for a bit there, I think after high school, I think my eyes were getting better. And I think my prescription changed. And then that just kind of went away. And then all of a sudden I'm back to real shit eyes. Real shit eyes. So mine are like -1, thank God. But I got that pretty light astigmatism maker going on. Yeah, the astigmatism sucked. I got it in both eyes. I used to be -3, now I'm -2. With Optum explained the whole, my optometrist explained the whole thing, but he was also doing the puff test, so I wasn't listening too hard. Oh. uh, that's a nice emote. I'll take 3. Hello. Hello. I also have the stigma. Hey, stigma buds. Stigma buds. Okay, calm down. I can't see shit without my glasses. I don't know what my numbers are, but I have bifocals. Ooh. Mandy. Double stigmatism. Yes! Look at that. Stigmatism gang. Stigma Riz. I don't know how I feel about that, Griffin. Don't know how I feel about that one bit. One bit. I'm like -2.5 in one eye, and the other eye, they gave me -0.5 just for fatigue purposes. What are you eating? Nuts. Nice. For the fatigue purpose. Yeah, okay. Huh. So you'd be in one eye, you'd be pretty good. I also have bifocals, but that's because my eyes naturally focus in 2 different directions. Huh. Learn something new every day. Yeah, well. I think it's -4 and -3.5. I believe. Although I can't. Who's messaging me? Go away. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. All right. All right. All right. So, Yeah, okay. All right. So, just because I'm curious of how we're doing it, we might start today. Everyone's a little bit worked up. Some of us are a little bit worked up after some rigged marbles. What are our thoughts if we do a couple marbles today, this morning, just to start things this morning? It's morning somewhere. Just, couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt. And it's all fair marbles here. All fair marbles. The issue is I just don't know how to do anything with marbles. Okay. All right. Okay. Shit, there's a lot of sounds going on. Let's just pause that. Is Mardballs going to show? There we go. Okay, well, let's... Is it best to do just a random one? Or do you go Grand Prix? I don't know what's what. It's 7:22, Marty. Exactly. And I'm thinking And I'm thinking, Fish, it's Mardball's time. Bro, I got to lurk for a few while I... Oh, well, everyone wish Gub's mum happy birthday. Do it right now or you're not invited to my Mardballs. Thank you, Fishy. Let's do this one. Put your balls on stream. Yeah, my balls are on stream. Random. Okay, we'll do three. We'll do three. Okay. And then what? I click play. Let's find out. We'll go play. We'll just change that to Mardballs as well. There we go. Some Mardballs. All right, you dirty dogs. Get in here. Oh, no, I don't know how to... Is it V? V? There we go. Although, why are only two names popping up? Also, where'd the sound go? Okay, hang on. Okay. Hold on. All right, I'm learning how to Mardball. Okay. V, left alt. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. Oh. Discard and exit. Left alt. Look at that. We got names. Okay, V just does that one. Perfect. This is going to be a tight comp. It is, Griffin. It is. Zuna Song Request is now playing. No, Stream Elements. Stream Elements, you're a piece of shit. And that's a lie. Oh, I've got the controls on the side here. Oh. So. Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. How are we feeling about a early morning, early day, early stream, Gambas? Who we thinking? We will go. Who we going? Morning, Griffin. It's morning somewhere. Let's go. Marty versus Uno. No. We've done. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We go Scots and fuck. Why is there zero music now? Okay. Let's go. Scots and Gub. And then how do you, mate? What have you done, Martin? What are you talking about, Dan? Can you not see that we're doing Marbs? Also, what the fuck? Why have you got this? What's this, Dan? Okay. Prediction. Oh. Thank you, Zuna. I will, if you want to bet, Zuna, I'll pay that out. Okay. Get it? Thank you, Zuna. Hey, Nerf, how you doing? All right. We're going Scots v Gub. David versus Goliath. Oh my god, how long is this prediction? Zuna, did you do 5 minute? Dan, what? Oh, here we go. Dan's typing something. Jesus. 2 minutes, calm down. All right, well, it feels like 5. Don't be rude. Hey, okay. Be right back. I need to find my water bottle. Okay. Scott's 15K. We've got 15K to 3K. Wait, who's Gub? Gub is Gabby. Gabby Carbon or Cabby Garbon. Okay, so this is Gub. Gub. Scots. Where's your water bottle, Marty? Oh my God, Jesus. Didn't realize the water police were out. It's not water, though. And it's not a bottle. Dan, what are you talking about? Fuck, Panda, thank you. What do you mean? I'm replying to him here. All in on Gub. Thank you for the hydrate. You have to post them multiple times, so he loves that. My Steam notifications. Yeah, Dan, I'm playing games at the moment, Dan. Sorry. Predictions are closed. Okay, so what do we got? How do I just see? Fuck, I got to open up mod view to just see what's what. Who's. Oh, okay. So we've got. Ooh. We got 15K on Scott's, 15.5K on Scott's, and 13.8K on Gub. It's a pretty close game. Pretty close. Okay. No, Mandy, I do have it. I go through. Okay. So I keep OBS open. It's not a mod actually, but I usually go through OBS. Okay. But I've got mod view open now. It was just behind it. It was in a tab. It was in it. Okay, fuck it. We're just playing. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's start. Here we go. Scots and Gub. Who's winning? Scots. We got Scots going. Oof. Yeah, Dan. What did you want to talk about? You kind of suddenly just stopped talking. Oof. Gub, just a couple behind Scots. Can be a close one. Who's first here? Nerf. Nerf is winning. Oh, Scots. Clean break. Scots and Gub. Oh, Gub's through. She's going down. Oh, Scots is through. This is pretty close actually. Scott's smashing through. Gub getting stuck by the spinning. Zuna, you're first for some reason. Scott's is just sliding through. Oh, he's getting rear-ended. He's going backwards. Gub is Gub's struggling. Gub's struggling all the way back there. Scott's is through. Scott's might have this actually. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing. Sharp got first. Zuna got second. Look at that. Scott's is the winner. And Gub's getting thrown around. Gub's getting thrown around. Congratulations, everyone that voted on Scott's. Gabby's still coming. Still coming. Oh boy, what have I missed in chat? Jesus. I'll look away for 2 seconds. Oh yeah, Suzuna made a pop chip. Popping away. Rolkus coming through. Look at little Rolky. And Sharp with the win. Perfect. Look at that. Rigged. Dan, maybe you shouldn't have voted on a loser. Hey, Dan, no worries. No worries. Question, Dan. Hang on. No, you didn't even. Okay. I'm not sure what you're playing tonight, Dan. I'm not sure, but if you wanted to give it a whirl, I'm all for it. No pressure though. No pressure. But if you wanted to, it's there. It is there. Okay. I will. Okay. You got it. Sorry. All right. Next one. Eye of the Storm. Let's go. I've got storms. Okay. Get an exclamation mark. Play. Get in. No. Stop. Stop doing that, Zuna. Please stop. Gub, so welcome back, by the way. You lost. You were actually against Scots. It was the old David and Goliath match. You being David, Scots is Goliath. You lost, by the way. So, also, if I click join, does that join me? Might do it later on, actually. Might do it when everyone's in. Okay, so who we got here? Who we got? We got... Let's pick from these guys over here. Let's do Sada and Panda. Oh no, we got an ad break? Okay, we'll wait. Hey, Badmouth, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, wait. I just realized Badmouth might be in ads. That's okay. That's all right. Okay, ads over. Oh, that was quick ads. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Okay. So if you've missed it, exclamation mark, holy shit, exclamation mark, play, you can get in. But this one will be Sata versus Panda. Also, Rolkus, I did see it, sorry. I did see your comment. It was very hilarious. Hercules and Cyclops. Is Gubby Hercules? Because she's so big and strong. And then Scott's was Cyclops because he's so big. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, maybe next time without the attitude. Rolkus, come on. Strong. Yeah, Gubby, you're strong. All right. Here we got. Ooh, it's pretty neck and neck. 5.5 on both Sada and Panda. Very close. Very close. Gubby's promised uppies to everyone, I heard. Ooh. Fuck. I'll take some uppies, Gubby. Gubs is a good orc name, now that I think of it. Gubs did a little goblin paint as well. Cutest goblin going around. Gub, you need to do an orc, maybe? Okay. Cool. Okay. Where's the egg? Gone. Gone, Rolkus. Gone skis. Okay. Fun fact, it is, Dan. It is 100. It is 100%. 100% it's a my instant, by the way. All right. Okay. That's it. No, we're doing it. We got Panda and we got Sada. Fuck it. All right. I'll join. There's me. And let's start. Oh, this is it. Fuck, I need to change the countdown from 10. Stupid. Okay. We got here. Everyone's spinning around in the big circle. Custom made fart, homemade. I recorded. Fuck off. No, I didn't. I didn't. I swear. Oh, this is a fucking hole and a half, isn't it? Who's coming out? Fuck, I can't see. Oh, there's two ways. Panda. Panda's first. Oh my god. Oh. Anyway, Panda's going. He's actually first. Starter's second, actually. Oh. Mandy's snaking in here with the first. Starter's second, Panda third. Oh, we're going into the storm. We're coming out of the storm. Rolkus coming out of nowhere. Rolkus somewhere. Crippin's dead. Nerf's dead. Sada's dead. Oh no. Panda just needs to finish. Zuna. Dead. Panda's second. Yeah, there's no cooldown, by the way. Panda, what are you doing? Panda? What? Panda's dead. Panda's dead. Okay, we gotta do a rematch. Oh, need to add a mod. I do actually. I do. Okay, well, congratulations to Scott and Mandy, but we'll do a rematch. We'll do a rematch. Do we just have to go to the next map? I don't think we can redo that one, can we? I don't think so. Okay. The laboratory. Okay. Get in. Sada and Panda, make sure you get in. We got Panda, we got Sada. Cool, cool. Everyone else, get on in. He said laboratory, not lavatory. I don't think it matters anymore, Mandy. Zuna, please stop. I'm going to look at stream elements and there's just going to be stupid song requests from you. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me in real life. Stop it. Dexter's laboratory. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that, Panda. You can request all you want through stream elements. It won't work. It'll never work. Okay, Sharp, let's stop that. Fuck, I need to change that because it's too much for me. Okay. I'll give it a couple more. Thanks, Gub. Thanks, Gub. All right. Stop requesting songs. Fuck, I need to get that out of here. Okay. I'll change the countdown to 5. I will join. And thank you, Sharples. All right. Okay. Let's stop requesting songs. Thank you very much. And where have we got? Okay, we got Panda up there and then Sada down. Hilarious. No, I changed the count. I changed it. I changed the count. Dan, didn't you run out of points? How the fuck are you getting points still? Okay, Panda's coming down on the left side. Sada's stuck. Don't worry about it. Okay. Okay, Dan, thank you. Why don't I trust that at all? What's happening here? There's a little meeting over here happening. What's going on? Griffin? Griffin's the first down the tube. There we go. Sada still hasn't made his way down. Oh, here he comes. Panda going up. Because, fuck. There's too many song requests happening. Too many. Okay. Hey, Sada. How you doing? I swear to God. Oh, I need to do a cooldown on that now, actually. Heinous, I love it. All right. Panda, Sada's caught up. Oh. Oh, you're in the transparent sphere. Oh, you're out. Easy. You were Dan, though. No cooldown. Okay. All right. We like to have fun here. We like to have fun. This is how we lose our toys. Okay. Panda is through. Oh. Oh. Panda, you're dead. Sada just needs to Emperor just needs to win. Zuna, you are first. Dan, you are second. Oh my God. Panda, you were doing really well. Until you weren't. That sounds like a recorded fart. Anything you'd like to disclose? No, sire. Nothing to disclose at all. Don't you worry about it at all. It's all good, I promise. And look at that. Congratulations to everyone that that all bet on Emprat, aka Sada. And then Sharples is coming. Come on, Sharples. Oh, okay. I don't know what your ball's doing at all. Rigged. Promise it's not rigged at all. Sharp's going to get toasted. Yeah, I was close, actually. Didn't even win enough for fart redeem. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, we'll do... No, we're going to finish this, and it's going to do this podium thing. Okay. Who you got? Nerf, you got third. Scots, you got second. And Zunicorn came first. All right. I got to double check where Dan is, but we'll do one more. And then, come on. Oh, main menu. Okay. We'll do one more. However, I don't know how good it's going to go, how well it's going to go, but it doesn't look very nice. Where is it? There it is. I made one. I made a track. I was curious. I was playing around. All right, exclamation mark play to get in. I'll join as well. Official Not Marty Marble track. Yeah, I don't even know. Don't even know. All right. Okay, who we got? Ooh, okay. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this, shall we? Zuna versus Mandy. I swear to God. We'll do Zunicorn versus Mandy. Thanks, Dan. Go lurk, King. So this one, yeah, I don't know how well it's going to go. So I'm curious. Hey, can you refund all me redeems? No, not happening. Zunicorn, can you time me out for 10 seconds? Ripped in. Rip. Oh, all 19K on Mandy. Oh, we got an all in. What's this one? 16K on Zuna, 21K on Mandy. Ooh. I'm not sure. Not sure how this one's going to go. Very, very curious. Hey, T-Rex, how you doing? Welcome in. Zuna, you better win this and give me the power to do an affart. Nice. Nice, Sada. All right. I've got to wait for this. Thank you, Rolkus. God damn it. It was probably the... no, I'm thinking... Dan. This is fucked. Hope I don't lose my... Okay, thank you, sir. Hope I don't lose my valuable internet points. Oh no, what will I do? What will I do without my valuable internet points? We've got 18K now on Zuna and 22 on Mandy. Interesting. Very interesting. Bit gassy today, Marty. You know what, Rolkus? I did eat yeah, some food today. And I think it's just thank you, Rolkus. Yeah, messed with me a little bit inside. That's okay. That is A-okay. I wonder if I can change that again. Nope, it just wants me to, it just stays at 10. Okay, thank you, Dan. All right, here we go. As a refresher, where is my mod view gone? We got 18.2K on Zuna and 22K on Mandy. All right, let's go. We got a Zunicorn. And where is Mandy? Up the top there. Okay. Zuna is coming in first, second. Dan coming first. Fish coming first. I don't think anyone knows who's going first at the moment. I miss Glowcat. I don't think I remember what Glowcat is. Okay, we got Zuna coming out. Mandy's coming in last. Oh, why is no? There we go. Mandy is still coming off the thing. All right, Mandy's gone down the left track. Zuna went down the right. Oh, this might be where Mandy catches up. Actually, first on your own track, hey? Yeah, I didn't even notice. I didn't rig this. All right, I don't know what's happening. Okay, Zuna's going down the little spinny thing here. Oh, where's Mandy? Mandy's slowly catching up. Mandy's following in the same footsteps or ball paths. Where's Mandy? Yeah, slowly catching up. How am I first? What, Zuna, you're stuck? You're stuck? Where's... Oh! This might be... Look at this. Mandy was coming last, and now Mandy has... Oh, it might be very close. Might be very close. Almost smooching. Look at this. Oh! Oh, almost overtook. Mandy has snuck into the lead. Almost has skipped half of that. Zuna is... Oh, very close. Very close. But Mandy won that one. That was extremely close. I did think Zuna had that one. But that was very, very close. And we don't have to look at this. We don't have to look at this one. But yeah, how close was it? Oh, almost exactly 1 second difference. Oh, why's my eye playing up? Hello? And I think, Sai, did you, I think you died, Sai, unfortunately. The only person to. But nice. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sai. All right, we might call it there for Marbs, for Mards. We'll stop doing the Mards tonight. But I hope that was a little bit of fun. Everyone got some got all the farts out nice and early. Thank you, Scots. Shit. I lost all my points, but Griffin is not cashed up, so I feel like I won. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, devastating. Hey, Marty, can I tell you a secret? If you redeem a fart, God damn it, I fucking knew it. I knew it. I'd had... Oh my God. I had a sneaking suspicion, Rockus. Give my points to Mandy. Did you give all your points to Mandy? Because Mandy lost all her points. So I don't know who's got the points, Criff. Mandy don't have those points. Can you base boost that? Do you mean... Oh, wait, Mandy does have all the points? Mandy, do you have all the points now? Can you base boost that? Are you talking about a fart, Sai? Did you want me to base boost a fart? I will let you... millions. I will let you know that there is I think it's 1 in a million chance that the fart sound does a different type of fart. And that's all I'm going to say. I believe it is 1 in a million. Let me double check that. Okay. It is 1 in 100,000. So cool. I got some points to burn. Oh no. Griffin, no. Fuck, I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Absolutely regret it. This is rigged. Rigged, I tells you. All right, I'll see before you get copyrighted by a song using that sample. As in the fart? I don't think, oh, actually, Oh, wait. Oh, no. Did that not... Griffin, did that not play? Griffin, did that not play? And also, that's insane that you got that much. Anyway, this is what you get for redeeming 6-7, by the way.
It's lit. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. It's lit. 6-7. No, look at the pug, not me! It's lit. It's lit. 6-7. It's lit. 6-7. It's lit. 6-7. It's lit. 6-7. It's lit. 6-7.
So that's what you get, Griffin. Thank you for redeeming that. And you are actually the first person to redeem it. So congratulations. Pat yourself on the little back. Thank you. Oh, fuck. That's right. Never do that again. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sim. When my song requests come on, it won't, Rolkus. What did you request, by the way? I'm not scrolling that far up. That's a disgusting... That's so far up. I'm a big fan of true art. Thank you, Fishy. Always appreciate you. Too many dicks on the dance floor. You're all... Griffin, I saw that too. Brain rot rap? Come on, Zuna. Grow up. I don't know. I'm now looking at the door just in case. Song request is interesting. No, I didn't. No. Shit. Hang on. I'm going to have to do some on-stream. You're a big editor. I know, Gabby. No, I know. I know. All right. Chat commands. Default commands. Can I just turn... Exclamation mark play. Why is it so hard to find exclamation mark play? Get, turn off, and then SR. Not you. Huh. Okay. Zuna, no. No. Zuna. No. Fuck. You're a jerk. Also, I'm not going to run over the boy, am I? Where? He's in the box. He's in this box right here. Right there. There's... Oh, we got a whistle. Thank you, Scots. I don't know why those redeems aren't working. Hang on. Let me... I don't know why. Don't know why, Dan. Don't know why. Anyway, show the boy. He's Eepin. Azuna also said he's Eepin. I'm sure he will be less Eepin now that I'm fucking standing up. What a joke. Dan, are you streaming tonight or what? Or have you what's happening? Mind your business. Okay. Understood. Sorry, Dan. But yeah, did you want to give that game a go? Are you free to do that, or are you busy? As I said, I've got backups. I don't want no pressure at all. Zero pressure at all. Asking for Fishy Jr., are you streaming tonight or what? He's been frothing a stick bug you. uh, Outlast. Oh, maybe that wasn't one of the ideas, but I could do it. I could do it. Yes, I love that. Yes, Dan, what is that? Yes to? Are you saying yes to Fishy or yes to me? I don't know. You got to use sentences. I'm talking of. Okay. Oh, sorry, Dan. Didn't realize this was your stream. Everyone, this is a Dan stream now. I will just sit here, stand here, and we'll just. Hang on. No, I've got to. Hang on. No. Hang on. I know this is a Dan stream. Hang on. I've got a plan. I've got an idea. Hang on. You all hanging? Hang on. Hold on. Okay. Perfect. No, we're good. Hold on. Give me a second. Yes, this is Dan's stream. Just give me a sec. Hang on. We're good. Get 2 seconds. Hang on. We're all good. We're all good here. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Danny. Thanks, Dan. You did a great job. Can I have my stream back? Okay. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. Can we give a W for Dan, please? Yeah, you know what? Let's do a little shout out for Danny here, shall we?
Shut the fuck up, no heart. What are you talking about? Put my heart and soul in every time I sing the goddamn thing. Whoa!
Beautiful. Can we just get some more W's for Danger Dan 86 in chat? Thank you for taking over stream for a second there. Really appreciate it. L. Oh, fuck. No, we love Danny. We love Danny. Danny's a good egg. Oh, fucking hell. Does anyone have a clip when shout out? Yes, Raucus. Yes, they do. I don't mean to alarm you, Marty, but I think Dan farted in your chair. Hang on. Fuck, smells like it. Dan, can you not self-promo, please? Thank you. Hey, Em, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. He's literally live and still fucking around here. Classic. Are we surprised, though? You know Dan fart smell? Yeah, it's not good, Griff. It's not good. Alcohol. Smells like vape. 100%. I have equipped ice cream. What flavor, Sada? What flavor ice cream? I only have so many tabs. Yeah, everyone's streaming tonight. Everyone's streaming. Krispy Kreme. Delicious. Delicious. It's just default Dan smell. Is vape default Dan smell? What are we saying is default Dan smell? Vape. Oh, a fresh can of Coke. Hummus. Oh, yeah, no, you can say, chat, feel free to say the word hummus here. It's not banned. You can say it as much or as little as you want. You don't have to say it. You can if you want. For those that have no idea, DangerDann86's favorite food is hummus. But when people found out that it was his favorite food, people actually spammed his chat so much, and it drove him into a rage. And the rage just is still burning inside of him today. And because he loves hummus so much, every time he sees the word now in chat, it brings that rage further and further. It's just too much for him. So he's actually banned it on his side. Here, fine. Say it all you want. Hello, Chippy. He's so sleepy. Okay. What's happening? What'd you see? Okay. Okay. Zuna, he may want food. I'm happy to do it. But if you're heading into the kitchen, maybe. No, it's okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't worry about it. Hang on. It's like if Frank had a job. Also, I know his name's Frank, but I love it. Frank. Love it. It reminds me of Smiling Prawns. If you don't feed him, he might eat Marty, which will be very funny. It won't be. It won't be at all. Fuck, Zuna. What is this? Why did you screenshot this and say why you look scared? That's horrendous. I do look scared though. Why do I look scared? What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? That's okay. That's okay. Why you look scared? Don't be scared. Okay, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm gonna go feed Chip. Zuna, feel free to just shout out a bunch of people if you want that's in chat. Mandy, Gub, shout out Gub. Don't ever shout out Dan ever again. Banned. I'm gonna go feed Chip. Shout out a bunch of people.
I figured you meant lifeblood. But no, Sada. No! The kid needs to go to the toilet, not go there. And have a little bit of fun before school. Kenners needs to repair this. My brother had to put his cat down the other day. Oh.
Yes, this... That's for you, Mr. Pike.
Over here as well.
Ooh, bit of Days Gone. I thought I deleted it. Scott's, how...
Oh, fuck me. There's a screamer as well.
How long ago was this, Scott's? Fuck, Days Gone though. 7 years, wow.
So yeah, that's what a horde looks.
Beautiful. Hey, Adria, welcome in. How you doing? I need to play this one day. Jantha, Days Gone is really good. There is a couple spooks in it, or creepy areas, but I wouldn't say it's a flat out horror, and I think you'd be fine in it. So, you know what? Fuck it, Zuna. Can we get a shout out for Adria as well? What are you doing? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop down here. Whoop! Ooh, found one. Hey, the hell is that? I'm pro. I'm not pro. I'm not pro.
Who the fuck was that?
That's okay. That's okay. That's me every time I do a generator when I played when I did play it. It's always the way. Pull the oldest. Yeah, I think when we have done a cut, like, not shout out at me obviously, but there's a couple old clips of mine, and it just pulls the oldest one. 6 months of DBD. Don't hold it against me. Never. Never, never. I think you have one clip and it's me TKing Splurge. Oh, I think Days Gone has been on the list that I thought was scary, but now yeah, Janther, I think you'd be fine. I think you'd be fine. As I said, there is a couple probably areas where it's a little bit tensiony, but I think you'd be fine in general. It's not a horror. I think if you could get through Dead Space, which you have been, you'd be fine with Days Gone. Oh, stop it, Adria. No. No, we were just shouting out everyone, and then you popped in, and it made sense. Like a puzzle, it just clicked. Fit, puzzle piece fit. Oh. Clicking puzzle pieces. What a clip, though. You know what, Zuna? Let's see if we can get this one clip. Can we get a shout out for good old Mr. Rolkus, please? Yeah, you'd be fine with Days Gone. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I won't worry about it. Thanks. Thanks.
This isn't it, Rolkus. You lied.
Kidding.
You've got more than one clip. What is this? Is this Mega Bonk? Did someone say Megabonk mentioned? Can we get another shout out for Rolky? No one said it, Marty. No, no one said it. No. Well, no. Janta said it. Who the fuck clipped that? I don't know, Rolkus. You got fans. You got fans, Rolky. Out here clipping. I don't know. Who's to say? Who is to say? Anyway, I fed Chip, but I think he's in. Yeah, he's in with Zuna. Imagine not reviewing the clips on your channel and not deleting the sus ones. Oh man, that actually, I should probably go through, and there's a few on mine that I need to get rid of. Some old ones there. There's a lot of baby me's. Yeah. Too many. Also, yeah, there's a lot of clips from when I was in the share house and I had to, because I worked hospitality and I was streaming at weird hours and I was in a share house of like 4 or 5 people and I couldn't speak without, because I'd be streaming at, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I couldn't speak at a normal volume because they'd hear me. So I had to whisper. So there's a lot of clips that come through that are just almost ASMR. They're not good. They're not good at all because the game volume is almost at the same. Thanks, Rolkus. Appreciate that. My microphone ASMR volume is the same kind of level as the game volume. So, I know. I've only removed clips involving an old toxic acquaintance. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of that as I guess that's what happens though when you stream for across many years and then you kind of stop and then you get back into it. I gotta do the same. Gotta do the same. ASMR Marty. ASMR Marty? Ooh. Maybe one day. ASMR? I don't know. I've never really done ASMR, so I don't know. But the whispering that I did in those, not good. Not good at all. Megan Trainer, what are you doing here? Dan. Yeah, well, he did ask for a timeout before, so I'm hoping that he knows his, I don't think Pragmata's out yet. 17th of April is when Pragmata comes out. I'm not too... hang on. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's do this so everyone can see what we're talking about. This one. Pragmata. I've seen a couple bits on it. I'm not too keen on it. I don't know. Do we get... Is that gameplay? A little bit of gameplay. Yeah. I don't know. I'll probably wait for reviews or just the general consensus on what it's like. But I also don't think it's my type of game either. So 2 more days till Tamagotchi life. Yes, I know. I know you've been waiting for it. So I bet he's making himself a hot chucky. Hot chucky, 100%. I think the clip I appear in on Zuna stream is in top 10. I think I've seen that one as well. Is it an established universe? Pragmata? I don't think so. I think this is a brand new universe. No, it's just about the Yeah, that doesn't really say. I think it's just a brand new world, brand new universe. Couldn't think of anything worse than a robotic child backpack. Yeah, I think she's got powers too, judging by a couple of these. Also, prices of AAA games suck. Yeah, so it looks like she's got some sort of power. This blue line here is coming from her, so I don't know. Be curious, be interesting, but not a for me. Not a for me. Hello, Chip. Do you want to say hey to everyone again? You barely touched your food. Interesting. I have another one of those Rolo hot chocolate cups. Ooh. New IP? Yeah, I think so. Child is human, isn't it? I guess so. She look human. I don't know. Dunno. She got powers. I don't know. Don't know. But yeah, no, I'm not too. I've seen a couple things on it. I'm not too keen for it. I am keen for. Fuck. It was at the tip of my tongue, and now I forgot it. Hang on. If I go date added, no release date. So I'm keen for that Directive 8020. And that comes out in a month's time. And fuck, you know what? I know I just can't move shit over, but you know what? You know what? Don't bite my fucking calf. All right. So this one I'm keen for, really keen for. Because it's the. Oi, stop that. Because it's done by Supermassive, and they always do some really good stories. So I'm kind of curious about this one because it's their first kind of sci-fi horror that they're doing, and Calypso Protocol sucked. So this kind of gives that similar theme vibes. I'm keen for Graveyard Keeper 2. Oh, yes. 100% Scots. 100%. We've yeah, I've been playing that a bit lately, and then I think I've put that on the wish list as well. Subnautica 2, very keen for that. Curious about this one. I do like the reverse you play as the villain or you play as the alien. Very Carrion coded. Very keen. Look at that little chip monster. Yeah, I don't know, he's being weird. What are you doing? Don't try and bite me, sir. Where are all the hidden cat games? Did you just buy them? No, I don't. I've only got a couple hidden cat games. I'm not huge into them, but they are very chill. But I wouldn't be. Yeah. I'm still angry about Callisto. Yeah, so like it's Glenn Schofield, who was the game director on Dead Space 1, 2, and 3. It should have been good, but like it just had all the same key scares, those key points as it was in Dead Space. Dead Space 1, 2, and 3 had all Dead Space 1 had the good scares. 2 kind of played on them, and then 3 was just it was a good action game. Callisto Protocol kind of borrowed everything from those and didn't really do anything with it at all. How do I feel about Darkwood? I really like Darkwood, actually. I'm curious about 2. Oh, this one here, you play as a cult. very excited for this one, actually. You make your own cult. Very keen on it. Very keen. But yeah, no, I'm curious about Darkwood 2 because it's done by a different studio and it's a different art style. So, yes. Yeah. So that'll be interesting. We should play Barotrauma with Will someday. Yeah. So I've got it and I tried playing it solo and it was fucking difficult. So that is on my to-do list as well, Sada. But I'd be down to play with you and Will on it because we can drive around a little submarine. That'd be cute. We love a good cult game, 100%. And this looks great too because you've got like the modern world, and you've got to go out and yeah, this looks just insane. It'll probably get an R18 rating if it gets rated here in Australia. But no, very, very excited. So I'm kind of glad that this is still being done because I think I wishlisted it halfway through last year and I was thinking that it wasn't gonna get this far. So hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. So keen on that one. Keen on this Galactic Racer because it is Pod Racer basically 2.0. Did you finish Death Stranding 2? I haven't finished it yet. No. It's a big game. It is a big game. Wait, what? Yeah. So this one here is basically Pod Racer 2 without the 2, and it's a completely different name. But it's got pod races in it. It's got other races, and I'm super keen on it. Apparently, it's got a storyline as well. Yeah, there's the ball. Like, it's just going to be fucking sick. So, very excited. Very excited. Unreal 5? I'm not sure. I wouldn't put it past. It's not EA, so it's not going to be. What are you doing? What's their engine? Frostbite. It's not going to be that. So this is most likely Unreal, but I haven't been able to completely tell yet. But very excited. Very excited. The lift is cool. Keen for the lift. This one, if you're not aware, Chip, what are you doing? Come here. So the lift, you're basically on a space station, I believe. No, space station? It says research facility, but you basically got to fix it up. Ow. Okay, we're doing this. We're doing this. Yo, chatter. Yo, mod. What's up? Dan wants to know if you wanted to play the game you force on him. I didn't force shit. Didn't force anything. But yeah. 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 Chip, go away. Hell. I didn't force shit, but it's just a little gassy. Go away. Stop. Oh my God, I accepted. My mouse, I've lost control of my mouse. Oh my. Never allow. Okay. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to not worry about that. I don't know what's happening there. So yeah, we're currently collaborating with DangerDann, which is exciting. I want to Chip, fuck off. Has it been fucking how long has the redeem been going on? Shit, he's after my stand 31 minutes ago. Fuck. Zuna, can you come get your child, please? Please and thank you. Nah, fam, what do you mean? Hey, Grim, how you doing? Oh, welcome in. 30 minutes standing go. I don't want to. I'm going to either sleep really well or really poorly tonight. Oh, we're just going straight into a shared chat. Hey, everyone. Hey, Sai. Okay, hang on. Jumping into... Hello, Daniel. How you doing? Good. How's things? You're doing well. I saw you. Did you start stream a bit later today? Oh, hang on.
But it doesn't matter because does this game have in-game chat?
I just turned the Discord audio on. I clicked it before and it should have come on anyway. So my chat can hear you now, but I'm not too sure. Fun fact, I just saw it today and I was like, oh, maybe Dan might want to play it.
Yeah.
So
well, let's go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You got an ad break about to start, mate. Just letting you know.
Oh, thank you, Daniel.
You're so welcome. Oh, we're not doing Lego anymore, so let me get rid of that.
Oh, apparently I didn't change back from marbles, apparently. Oh my god.
Oh no. My OBS is frozen.
It might take a second. Maybe. Oh, everything just defaults to Epic, by the way. Or at least it did on mine.
To Epic?
Yeah. I've had to
cool.
I've had to turn everything down, I think.
But yeah, it's frozen my OBS.
Oh no, has it actually?
Yeah.
Oh,
completely.
Fuck, no. Hey, hopefully if you give it a sec, I'll see if
Hey Laura, how you going? Good to see you.
Okay, you're still streaming though. You're all good. You're moving around good. You're smooth. You're not. There's no more lagging.
It's oh god. It's gone not responding and then it's gone white. Try closing Discord. Okie dokie. Close Discord. We'll see how that goes, Marty. It might have to be in-game chat.
Yeah, that's okay. It does look like there is voice chat in-game as well, so that is an option.
All right, awesome. All right, give me a second, I'll sort it out.
No, yep, you do what you need to. Okay. Okay, so the game is Species Unknown. Done. Okay. If I do that, and then let's stop that. Here we go. Cool. Where's my... All right. Okay, cool. I hope Danny's doing well. I can see the stress in his look. I can see the stress in his eyes. I hope he's doing okay. I saw Sharky and Lufty play this one together. Ooh, okay. Yeah, all I've seen is a couple videos. I think the trailer for it ages ago, and then the Steam trailer, which I'm not sure if it was the same one. Looked pretty good. Looked pretty scary. So, ooh. I might actually turn that down a squiz, I think. And then, okay. Okay. I think they played it pretty early on. Not sure how much it's updated in early access. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's still in early access by the looks of it. There's character creation. Have you made yours? No, I haven't. We've just opened it up, so I'm not too sure. Oh no. Fuck. Is he... I just saw the picture that he used. Oh my god. I just saw the picture. Fucking hell. Daniel, holy shit. Fucking. Yeah. He's insane. Absolutely nuts. What a go. The F was for the Marty face. Oh, man. Jesus. Jesus. Now that was a naked Marty. Yeah, that was when I wasn't growing my beard and I was in hospitality and I lived in Newcastle and I think I shaved my head for the first time. And that was, ooh, yeah, okay, we'll do private. Yeah, I think that was the first time I shaved my head. And it was fresh feels, you know? So, bald. Newcastle mentioned. Yeah. Oh, that's a very Newcastle look. Mandy, what does that mean? What do you mean by that, Mandy? Glad I was looking away for that. Yeah, look. I think he turned the brightness up on it, because that was redonkulous. Fucking wild. Bless you, Dan. Bless you, Dan. He's a double sneezer. Interesting choice. Mandy is right. Yeah, well, the beaches, man. Get a nice tan on the noggin. Thank you, Rolkus. I appreciate that. Fucking wild. I mean, it's a little bit artsy-fartsy, a little bit I'm a sneeze away from homelessness, and a little bit I'm likely to get skin cancer, but YOLO. Yeah, that is true. I think going back, the fuck were you doing? There is a couple images. They are all on my Instagram as well, by the way. But there are a couple images that... Can you back the... What are you trying to do? Fucking Chip. Chip doing what he wants. Chip is a free chip. Yeah, I don't like it. What was I saying? Yeah, there's a couple pictures from way back when on Instagram of when I was in Newcastle, and they're kind of similar to that, where it's no beard, bald. It's interesting. It's very interesting. So if I host, what happens if I click host? What happens here? Let's have a look-see. Oh. Okay. I got a hold tab. Okay. Oh. Okay. I won't touch that yet. And then... Actually, can I just invite Dan through Steam? All right. Not sure if it's directly through it, but we'll find out. And then I got to see if it is controls. Is it a button for voice chat, or is it just always on? I think it might just always be on. Okay. Oh. Streamer mode. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure Danny's A-okay. I'm just going to ask him, did you join me? I'm not sure if he's in the same game as me. Oh my god. Oh, what? Must be pale, somewhat bald, beard. You know, you best believe it. No beard. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure if. There we go. I'll ask him. Sure. I don't care. I don't care about it anymore. Chip. Okay. Alright, yeah, cool. Alright, cool. So, while I'm doing that, I'll get up my stuff. That's cool. There we go. Now I can see chat again. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, so, okay. I'm not sure if he's gonna spawn here or not. Or if everyone gets their own room. I don't know. I don't know what the go is. Alright. Well, I guess while we wait... Oh my god. Okay. DangerDann, join the crew.
Alright.
Perfect. Oh!
Fuck me.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Oh, I can hear
Hello.
you loud and bloody clear.
Sounds like you're inside
Where
me,
are I?
Dan. Are you inside me?
Would be.
Oh.
Where are you?
I think I'm in my room.
Oh, I'm coming.
I don't think it's, there's no map.
There
Not
is no
yet.
map.
No.
Sounding very submissive and breedable. You're right, Fishy.
So I went through my bedroom door, I guess, and I'm in some...
Hey, you know what else there isn't?
What?
A jump.
Oh. 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 Okay, so spacebar, if you hold it, brings up no map data available.
Oh, the
Sounds
map.
spooky.
What the?
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh, I don't know where you are. Marty, go to the ship.
Okay, is that towards the mission room? What are these?
It's on the shuttle.
So these are... Okay, I don't know where that is. Hang on. Please hold.
I'm holding, mate.
I'm going to a mission area, or specimen area, as it is called. Is it the mission area?
Mission area. Sorry, yes.
Okay, I'm at a mission area. It's at the contracts office. Oh, there's a ship. Are you outside?
Yep, go on that.
You're on the ship now.
Thank you, Confused. Take care. Appreciate it.
Okay. This is the ship, FP is saying. Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
Where are you? Where?
I'm in my room.
Okay, so when I was saying I'm in my room, this isn't the room that it spawned me in. I was in some other room. Do not be sorry. Live your true, authentic self. This is a safe space for everyone but Marty. But Marty? Fuck. Zuna, no. Okay.
We both spawned in the same place. We should have.
Okay, so there's a bunch of things you can buy. Threat detector, health injector, shield, pistol. Revolver? Ooh. How do I change color?
Oh, god damn. This fucking character creator is cursed as fuck.
Yeah.
Incredible.
They call me the lizard. It's fine. You don't need to worry about it just yet. Yeah,
Have you played this at all?
No, this is the first time.
Hey, do you know what was really cool? Selecting your microphone with a volume slider.
Yeah.
That was... I really liked that.
It's very interesting. I don't think I've seen that before.
Something to take note of, I think, mate.
Yeah, okay. Next game, that's what I'll do. Let's see what I can do.
Oh, no. This is disgusting. Oh, shit.
Okay. Yep. Nose height.
Just send it, mate. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Yes, I
Wow.
absolutely want to
That's
apply.
nice.
Oh, look at you. Oh my god. Vile.
Let's get some eyeliner happening. Eyeshadow color, intensity, lipstick intent. Oh. Beautiful. This is perfection.
I'm really
Apply.
looking forward to seeing what you come out with. Oh my god. You're beautiful. You're so beautiful. You're stunning.
There's no way that we did this the same. Like, yeah. Well.
Wow. Look at us.
Just.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, Gub
Let's,
doesn't approve. Gub doesn't approve, which is interesting.
Nah, she wouldn't.
No. Okay, so do we have to? Oh, suit. Please
that's
select
right.
a
We gotta
contract
go.
in the. Fuck, we got to go back outside.
Yes.
Okay.
All the way back to the mission room.
All
I'm
the
coming
way
to get
back.
ya.
Oh,
Coming
stop
to
it.
get ya.
Stop.
Coming to get ya. Where'd you go? I'm coming to get ya. Where'd you go? Here he is. Oh, I'm coming to get ya.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Come here, boy. Come here, boy.
Okay, is it this?
Yoo-hoo.
Is it this? Is it this room? Mission room. Pick your next contract.
Mission.
Choose your next contract and study the modifiers. They raise both the risk and the reward. More modifiers mean harder missions, but bigger payouts. Completing contracts earns you credits to upgrade your gear and unlock new entries in the specimen area, including lore, trophies, and captured creatures. Captured? So is it this that we have to...
Easy, girl.
Oh,
Easy
okay, so
now.
we've only got one. Fucking hell, there's so many.
Just pick the first one, brother.
Yeah, we've only got one, Daniel.
Okay,
Can we
there
just
you
be?
go.
Can we just be friends? Please?
Zuna.
No, she's up. She's walking. She can't hear you.
Can we,
Well, I'll pass the message
can we
on.
time
I'll pass
Marty
it-
yet?
Dan wants. Can you time Dan out? He thought
No,
there's a little
no.
bit of hostility, and he just wants to be timed out for a good. What number? 30.
0.
Let's go 30 minutes. 30 minutes
I
on
feel like
on
it's gonna.
quick timeout. Oh, too hungry to time out, Dan. Okay.
Oh yeah. What's for dinner?
Okay. What's for dinner?
Hmm.
Your love and appreciation. Don't know. Oh, you. Are you just looking at me?
I'm just staring at you. Yeah.
Oh, we're in space. Dan, you love space.
Yay, the final frontier.
Oh,
Whoa.
we're
That's
warping.
pretty fucking cool, actually.
Hmm. So I had a feeling that you might like this game, Dan.
It looks good even on low, like, medium settings.
Yeah, I think I'd turn mine down, back up to high, I believe. I don't know. Oh, you've got a helmet on there. Oh, I can see your head.
I can see yes.
Yeah. Oh, this is the spaceship that we're checking out. Oh, Rocker said, nice category, Marty. I changed mine to game. Did it not change? Hang on. Fucking.
I don't even know. Did I?
What's the game called? I don't even know what the game's called.
Uh,
Oh, hold on.
I don't-
Species unknown.
I don't even know if I'm in the right category.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Fishy.
Second
Appreciate
time
that,
I've done
mate.
this now. Classic.
Thank you, Jantha.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, Rolkus just didn't refresh. He made me change it
Kelly.
again, but okay. Okay, Rolk. God, you are... Dan, has anyone ever told you that you are beautiful?
Classic Rolkus. Tell me again. Tell me.
Fuck it.
Don't be shy.
Oh, is it over here? Is this the door? Door system ready.
I think this is the door.
Okay. I'm opening. F is for flashlight. F. F flashlight.
Good night, Sharp. Thanks for hanging out.
No, night, Sharp.
Everyone say, no, Sharp.
No, Sharp.
No, Sharp. Well, you can't do that, Tuna Dubs. You got chat to blame for that.
Alright, so,
Wait, what's... Oh, that's the map.
Scott, so... Please. So if you hold down space, we get the map now. We got a little map.
Oh, so it's like Repo.
Oh, the music's like Alien.
Pretty fucking cool.
I got 15 monies. Got a dead body here. So it looks like on the map we're meant to go over to this blinking waypoint. Also, you don't come up on my map, by the way. So
no, you don't come up on mine either.
So this is gonna be fun.
That's a concern. Right.
Cool. Alright. We're in.
We're in. In like
We're in.
Flynn. Where are you?
I was just checking a different way. I think you're this way. Oh. Oh,
Hey.
Oh, you're so sneaky.
It's very dark.
Yeah, it is very dark. Okay.
Hang on. I'm just gonna set up.
No, you do what you need to.
Push to talk.
Is it time?
On the foot pedal. Rid of that.
I can sit down
And
apparently.
I'll do this. And do this. Nope, that's not gonna work. Don't worry about it. Jesus Christ.
Would you like to know
hello,
a
Splurge.
fun fact? Your flashlight runs
me.
out. It recharges.
It does, and then it's got to recharge. Yeah, you don't have to walk around looking for fucking batteries.
No, games that do that are stupid.
Like some other games.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, tell me about
Dumb. Stupid.
it. Dumb.
So the map is
I
saying
really
that
like
there's
the atmosphere in this.
something. Oh, is this a... Okay, so once we get the power on, I'm assuming this is like a respawn. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. That was fucked.
It's gonna be fine. So, what is the actual aim of this?
So if you hold down... Oh, okay. Hold down tab.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So reach the
Restart
command
power
deck. So that's... So we're on the way to the command deck now. So if you open up your map and you look towards like this way, you'll see like a flashing little waypoint that's all
That's
the way
where
on
we've
the
got to
top.
get to.
I think that is the command deck. And once we do that, I think we've then got to go through this list. Okay.
Copy that.
Oh. Okay. Dan, you
still hear me?
Yeah, can still hear you. Yeah.
Yep. What have I done?
No, it's all good. You were just standing in a spot where I couldn't move.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Oh, fuck, there's vents, man. What do I feel like Alien Isolation kind of shit?
It's got
Thank you,
good
M.
vibes.
Yeah.
For a, like, spooky game.
Yep.
Hey, Arrow, how you going? Good to show you. Right, okay, I'm settled now. Got
You settled? You good?
settled now. I've got a microphone with you in. I can mute it whenever I need to. You don't hear me talking.
No, that's okay.
Think you type fast?
I don't like the fucking screams of...
But this was early access as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it had overwhelmingly positive reviews. So okay.
3 reviews.
Do you say 3 reviews?
3.
3. Yep.
Mum, dad, and brother.
Fuck, you made me
Oh,
jump for a
honey, you've
second
done
there.
such a good job. Look at you. Little video game developer, you.
Oh, if you hold down tab, I can see the outline of you as well. So if you...
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Oh.
So this area is big.
What's this?
Oh, okay. So this area is like the hub by the looks
I
of
got a
it.
boom boom canister.
You got a what? Is it?
So we got it's an explosives canister.
Oh, interesting.
You need.
So I think we go this way. Also, my flashlight's gonna fucking die. Gotta recharge that bad boy.
Right.
So it looks
We
like
might
there's
need
a...
to take it in turns with.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this.
Can you drop it just for the moment?
I'll put it
Or
down.
don't throw the explosive canister, Dan.
I had to.
Okay. So
I think we go
it
this
looks
way.
like there's a blue, red, and green section over there, which bothers me.
Maybe it's like Doom.
Maybe. Is that explosive or is that power? Explosive. Also, my
It says explosives.
my flashlight keeps on dying. I don't know how. Oh, God, the fucking...
We might need to take it in
sound.
turns, like.
Yeah?
Alright, we're at the command deck.
Yeah. What are we doing? Oh,
Systems restored.
got a codex here. Okay. All right.
Ah, these are the monsters.
So we've got so ID 004 is an extraterrestrial. Then 5 is a corrupted robot. So they're all kind of different. Ethereal? Oh my god. Only attacks if looked at. Fuck, so this is some SCP kind of shit as well. How are you meant to remember all of this? Mutation devours the
Hey, I
faces
think
of
you're
its
getting
victims.
roasted by Rolkus in the chat, by the way.
Oh, of course. Oh, it's annoying when a flashlight dies, is it, Marty? Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's right. Oh my god, this is huge. Have you seen the
We're gonna find
this big...
the black box.
Not sure if you can do... I think it's just a box.
Oh, the map.
Yeah, have you seen this? Oh,
Shit.
black box. Oh, it's in blue.
There it is.
Oh, well, how do we get the...
Sweet.
into blue
Okay.
then? Because that door's locked there.
Gotta find the blue key card. The blue key card. That's the key.
Brilliant.
Where did
Absolutely brilliant. God, this is cool. Yeah, this is Oh, so that's where, okay, so you'll respawn there, I won't though. Gotcha. Okay. I need to, so that one's locked to you. I need to do another one. Okay. So without a respawn capsule, death is permanent. I'm not sure if you also got the... that as well. Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Easy.
no. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what was happening.
Oh, no.
Microphone was all fucking balked.
Oh, okay. So it's not card based. Not sure if we want to open that yet.
Just
we can open
door-based.
this one. Might be. Okay. Onwards.
Okay. Let's go.
Did your screen just shake?
A little bit.
Oh!
Credits there.
Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, fuck.
Oh!
Oh, shit. It's got me.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. How the fuck are we meant to...
Wait, did that
Okay, it's
machine
gone.
thing...
It's gone. Huh?
Did that big map, the machine that told us about all the containment unit things, did that tell you how to,
Yep.
like, kill them?
Fuck. Okay, hang on. Maybe. Because I think,
Or fuck,
by the sounds
it's
of
back
it,
again.
by the sounds of it, we can capture some as well. I'm not sure if we're there yet, though.
Hello, Jess Cannoli. You going?
Hello, Jessica. Okay. Alright. So this
it
one seemed to
keeps-
be... So if this one's the ethereal one, it only attacks if looked at, moves silently, freezing forces it to physically materialize. So then I guess you can kill it then. There's a lot that are very similar. I think it's that one though. Yeah.
It also draws... It also draws your vision towards it. Pulling my mouse.
Yeah. Okay. Oh
fuck, it's back.
It doesn't...
No. I don't want to look at you. No.
Yeah, okay. I think it is that one. It doesn't mention anything about drawing vision though. Okay, you're down there.
The mod got modded. How about that?
So,
the mod got modded.
okay. Whereabouts
Bad
are
luck,
you?
bad
Oh,
luck.
you're there?
Better luck next time.
Where are you? Oh, yep. We're good.
Jesse went out on a limb. Where are you?
Oh, I'm behind you. What's this button?
What?
Oh. Oh. Well, that's kind of terrifying. Money. So what, if we open the map, okay, we go back.
Gotta keep going.
Behind you. It's behind you.
Oh, there it is.
Oh. Fuck, it's drawing my attention.
You've locked us in.
No, it's all good. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I think we go this way. Or can you do something with that?
We need to get... We've got to get
security
passes.
Oh, fuck. Alright.
Where
are they?
These are going to be...
Okay.
Ooh.
There's screams from in here. That's concerning.
I'm sure.
Okay.
No,
Fucking
FP,
hell.
don't say that.
Okay. I have found one.
What does it look like?
It is just an orange card.
What is it?
Orange
card.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't... But it was just in one of these rooms. Oh, the fucking noises, man.
Oh, I got one.
Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. I got a second one.
It's the H word.
Happy?
Oh, this is such a nice looking game.
Yeah.
Who? Me? Am I happy?
What? No, is that the H word?
No.
Oh.
The other one. The band one.
Unhappy.
Oh, I got one. We got...
Okay, so you've got two?
I've got 3 cards.
Ooh, okay, we need one more then.
No, I got 4.
Oh, wait, what? Have you got 4?
Oh, you had 2.
I've got 2.
I don't know, I just found them in the rooms. Alright. Oh fuck, there he is.
Yeah, okay, so this one is the one that eats the face then. Oh, he's chasing you. Is there?
Yeah, sweet, I love that.
He's... I'm also chasing you. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, so we got 1, 2. Alright.
Who's muted?
And-
I'm not muted.
Enter your cards, Dan. Oh, he's over there.
I'm coming.
Nice. Oh, he vented.
We're gonna do them one by one.
Yep. He vented?
Oh. And again. Entering. Entering.
One more?
Sometimes you move your mouth but no sound. Who, me? Oh, I know why. I know why.
Oh, that's a lot of blood.
Oh, a little bit. Don't worry about it. It's got a Leroy Jenkins it.
Fuck off. Stop trying to grab my vision.
Well, thinking, isn't it?
Loty cunt. Go away.
Oh, vision. Ooh.
Fuck off. You dog. Go away.
Captain Cabin.
Stop.
Can you, this is a family stream, mate.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Okay. Oh.
Beer for Napoli.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. You've been working out.
Oh, you are too. Hello.
Oh, flashlight's dead.
Exactly, Ice Picker. You got it. Panther, this is a family stream.
Where are we going? What's happening here?
Family. Hey, Doosa. We're going to the thing. The thing.
Oh.
Oh, I just fell down.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it looks like... Oh, actually... Ghost!
He's there with you.
Oh, he's in here. He's trying to fucking... He's grabbling my gonads. Go away, you dog. Stop!
Hey, Jeddah.
Okay, so we're meant to... We are meant to vent, but we're meant to... As we go up, instead of falling down the hole, we're meant to go towards the... I think we use it to get into the locked room, where the black box is.
Is there another hole?
Yeah, yeah, so if you keep on going, you turn right. Oh, fuck off.
He's in here with me.
Yeah, I'm also right behind you. Don't look at him, though. Oh my god, go away.
Oh, hello.
Stop it. He's gonna eat my fucking face. Oh, he's grabbling. I can't see shit. I can't see. Go away. It's a good... I'm good. No, next one, I think.
Yes, Control, you good? This one.
Medusa's saying I'm getting a little tickle. Yeah, go. Drop. Yeah.
Little one.
Perfect. Look at that. Gamers. I'll open this door. Oh. Oh, fuck, he's in here. Can't get me if I press the button.
Don't worry about it.
No, he's trying... Oh, fuck, he's in front of me. Is that two of them? Fuck off. Stop. No. Okay, I'm good. I'm glad no one overreacted.
It's good that no one overreacts. Who is watching this?
Are you getting, have you got the black box, or is that what you're getting now?
That's what I'm getting now, I believe.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got the black box.
Oh, neat. Okay, we gotta... I'll return it back to the shuttle.
Oh, he's fucking on me.
Yeah, alright, well...
He's on me.
No, it's okay.
No, it's fine.
Oh.
I've got it, don't worry.
Yeah, keep on going to the shuttle. No, fuck off, you dog.
Captain Cabin.
Go.
Captain Cabin.
Captain Cabin?
Living area. Sort yourself out, champ. There are so many people sleeping.
Everyone's just tired.
Sleepy ship.
Yeah, keep going straight. Oh, go away.
Yeah.
Stop.
Oh,
Get off my fucking nads. Go away. I don't consent.
Get off me nuts, son.
Oh, he's after you, I think.
The chomping noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he is.
Where are you going?
Oh, no.
Yeah, this way.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this way. We're good. Yeah. Yep.
I wonder if the difficulty increases with 4 players.
Ooh, maybe. This one does say it's discovery difficulty, so I would be curious if it's that or if it just you get the harder I think we go right. Well, I think we got to take it back to our ship.
Yeah, we got to go back.
Yeah.
Which I think is this way?
Yes. Yeah.
Can't
Yeah, I
bring
think
my
it
map
is. Oh, actually, no. Oh, actually, hang on. It is red, but we're on the other side of it, and I reckon there it is. I can press the button.
I can hear him coming.
Yeah, yep. There it is. Our ship.
I can be your hero, baby.
Beautiful. Have you ever thought about singing in at all? Professionally singing?
No. Do you know, actually, I was in the Australian boys choir when I was young.
Were you? The boys one?
Yeah.
Cute. What was your favorite song to sing? Oh, fuck me. Oh, he's on the ship. Oh! Close the shuttle door.
Gotta close the shuttle door.
Hey. I got it?
It's on the dang ship.
Yeah. Okay, so when the door is closed, he can't get on. Okay. Take a seat. No.
Okay, yep, no worries, Captain.
What do you mean, Cap? It was the object.
This guy.
Look at that. We finished.
Look at this. Look at that.
It only
we did
took
it.
27 minutes. Look at
Can
that.
you believe it?
Not me. Not me. I could never.
Look at us. Look at
So
us.
look at us. So I assume as well, if we opened up the other doors, we would get these like additional conditions, or the bonuses, whatever. I know. Validate payment. Oh, we get to do your favorite part. No deaths. No one died. Undocking. He just look at it.
He's done that. Look at us. Jessica Dolly.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought?
Incredible.
Beautiful. Look at that. We're back.
We did it.
A new entry hasn't been unlocked in your specimen area. Interesting.
Oh, yay.
Oh, fuck, I just look over.
Space.
Fucking diabolical. We're now authorized to carry a weapon and access more lucrative contracts. Yeah. Plenty of new missions await. No, don't look at my face. Could you don't objectify me like that?
Look at your face, mate. God damn it. So bad.
Oh, fucking hell. Alright. So I assume we have to... Oh, we can buy stuff now, so if we go back to that mission area...
I want to buy a gun. Shoot. Pew pew.
Don't. Oh,
How
I
do you
swear,
shoot?
if you... probably say click. Mouse click. Pew pew.
Pew pew. No.
Pew,
How
pew.
do you shoot a man that's made completely out of particles?
Oh, so that one... okay, not this. So it actually said you've got to freeze it, and then it... Oh, okay. Then I'll let you pick the next one anyway, but where's the buying?
There's a specimen area.
Oh, you've gone to the specimen area, okay. Information.
But I don't know...
Okay.
I think you have to actually buy the rooms.
Yes, you do. Okay, yep. Ah. So you would have to buy the room for the one that you are thinking. So for example, that one was... yep, okay. Yep. If you come back up to... Oh, where are you? Oh, yeah, if you come back here, there's a terminal. And basically, the more you experience, or I guess you finish a mission, you come back with specimen points. So this monitor here. Oh, what the fuck?
It's an egg.
Why we got eggs?
I don't know.
But if you,
I think it's part.
I was gonna say, if you interact with this monitor here, you'll see that the room for, I think it was 7. Don't chuck the egg at me. Oh, Jess just got boogered. Rip.
Ah. Only the crew captain can manage this.
Oh, okay. Oh, alright. Well, anyway, we got a 1 specimen data for number 7. So when we get 4 specimen datas, I assume... Oh, so I assume that we can extract and get specimen data like 4 times, then you've got to kill it a couple times, then you can capture it. What?
Oh, I see. Grab that egg that's on the floor there.
Okay. Yep.
Follow me.
Okay, you said on me. Okay, yep. Where are we going? Oh. He's moving left to right like a basketball player.
Yeah, what is that about?
Oh, okay. Yep.
I don't know. Where do you put it? Oh, maybe just here.
Oh, that makes sense, actually. You can't just drop. You just...
The counter's gone up.
Yeah, okay. So...
Give it a good shake. Alright, so...
I wasn't here. So you can choose the next mission if you want. If we go back down to, when we're ready, go back down to the... that mission zone.
Yep.
Unless it says the host can only do one. That'd be kind of sucky.
We did the first one, didn't we?
Yes.
So,
Yep. But there was more on that ship that we didn't see, so I guess that's up to... You can repeat them and get more things, I guess, but... I assume... Okay. And then we can check out the other ones, I guess, as well.
Or do you want to just do the second one?
Oh, I can't... I did... Actually, this one does have a briefing warning, don't try to kill the specimen, it's not your mission. So we could maybe try the second one then, if you want? Or I'm happy doing whatever, man.
This one says don't try and kill it as well.
Gub, I'm not sure if you can see, but I'm actually playing a game at the moment with Danny Boy, so I won't be able to join you in Bongo Cat, I'm afraid. But thank you.
I too am not playing Bongo Cat. I just got the... This is outrageous. I'm in the middle of a game.
Outrageous. Where do we buy guns? Is that on the... Is that on the ship? Or is that...
Oh, hold down your mouse wheel. FP.
Oh, I've got a gun.
But
What's
you can't
this?
use it here, I think.
Okay. Boo. Okay.
End stream to play Bongo Cat. You know what, Jimmy? That's a great idea. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I'm gonna go.
Oh, look, Dan, if you're wrapping up, fuck, maybe I'd just do that too, you know?
Yeah.
We can all play some Bongo Cat.
Let's just go.
Oh, okay, so we got some money. Looks like the only thing that we can get is either flashlight or a mini-map. And I believe it's just what you... It only affects you, by the way. I might get...
What are you talking about?
So, if you go onto one of the monitors in these rooms, don't look at me like that. I turned back and you were gone. If you go onto the upgrade panel, you can upgrade your flashlight or your mini map.
Oh. Thank you, Gub. Okay.
Thank you, Gub. Appreciate that.
flashlight would be. I think.
I was thinking flashlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that extra bit of time.
Yeah. Alright. Purchasing? Bullet.
Done.
Sick.
Goes, brother.
I like that fart sounds carbonated. It might be. It might be carbonated, Mandy. Okay, cool. I think that is it, unless you are doing something. What the fuck? I can't. I'm just gonna go over there. I'm gonna go over here. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dan, for that, for redeeming that. Really.
You're welcome.
Holy shit!
Look at us go.
Look at us. Who would have thought? Look at us.
Just a couple of guys in a spaceship.
It's like this is staring chicken, right? If we don't look at the cool thing, we look at each other. Oh my god. That. Marty, Dan won the poll 5-1, by the way. That's okay. Fuck. I don't think my character's very breedable, honestly.
It's gorgeous.
Dan, I think you're looking at it. I think you're looking in a mirror. So, this looks like it's the same ship then. So, I guess it reuses, at least for a couple of them, the same.
All the missions were for this ship.
Oh, okay. Cool, cool. I didn't really look too much into it. Okay, noted. Cool, 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 cool. Don't kill the specimen. Okay, so we can't kill it. Okay. Reach the command deck, restart the power system, locate the black box,
And not kill it.
and then bring the black box. Okay, so it's the it's the same thing, except I think we have strict rules not to kill it, and it'll probably be in a different area. So, oh. Don't. No, don't. Because, no, stop. Because if we die, it's permanent. It's permanent. It's permanent. It's permanent. When you die, that's it. Yeah.
Fine. Open the door.
Yeah, open the door. So why give us a gun if we can't kill it?
Maybe there's other things. Maybe you turn and I have to put you down.
Don't be like that. Okay? Can I get in here? Oh, the music is just... Don't be aiming. I can just...
Oh, fuck yeah, that's why. There's fucking zombies now.
Oh, there's zombies. What is this? Is World War Z?
Fucking Walking Dead up in here. There's another one.
Okay, so they can...
They're going onto the ship.
Oh, are they actually?
It was trying to get into the ship.
That's... Oh. Okay. So... Are you closing the doors? You're on the other side. You fuck. You son of a bitch.
What a jerk.
Alright.
Zombies.
Oh, he's opening up. He dead. She dead? It dead.
So... They are dead. So what is...
So we're meant to
this
get...
is a problem.
We're meant to get back to the command. I believe that's locked. We go this way? Also, my flashlight is deaded.
Uh-oh.
Is your flashlight also dead? Oh no.
Oh
no,
no.
you left me. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, that's dead end. You're going the right way. I don't know which way I'm going. No, I was going the wrong way. It's fine.
Hello. I think it's this way. Looks like it's this way.
Yeah. Got a lot of bodies.
So many. They're sleeping.
Sleep. Okay, we've got...
What's in here? There's weapons rooms as well.
Yep. Oh, that's
we get ammo and shit.
Limited ammo by the looks of it. Hello.
Yes.
Good. Dead?
So just shoot without shoot first, ask later.
Yep. Don't shoot me. I don't know if shooting them while they're down does anything.
No clue. I'm gonna find out. Emergency.
We go this way. This is the way. Kind of a...
Okay, so those... They
Did you
explode
shoot
when you shoot...
Did you ever think that the exploding canister would explode when you shot it?
Sometimes you need to test these things out because you don't know.
God, you're so smart.
You don't know.
Okay.
Why am I stuck?
Oh no, but I'm bleeding
straight to
out.
a black box.
Hang on, we gotta...
What?
Okay, hang on, I just want to kind of see if there's... Not that one. Oh, accidentally pressed right click. That's devours the face, sucks the brains out. Okay, so I don't actually know which one... Hang on, Can I at least get to a respawn thing and then you can just shoot me?
No. Let's do this.
No, I'm very low on health. Okay, hang on. Can you...
There's a health box just out there.
Oh, there is too, isn't there?
On the wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Down the stairs.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Oh. Oh, it's instant though. Don't.
Oh, so it said electricity blocks.
Yeah.
What's this thing? Emergency box.
Contains
Only
adrenaline
available
shots.
during an emergency.
Ah, okay. Oh shit, I didn't see on the map where the box is. Hang on.
I just assumed it was in the same spot.
I would feel like it's in a different one, but I just want to double check. Also, so many dead
Go
bodies.
double check.
I'll go down. Yeah, are you opening the door to the blue area?
No, I'm just chilling.
Okay, it is in the... it's in the green section. But if you look at if you face towards the green door from where from in front of it. So if you're in front of it, you're looking at it. It is the furthest green room to the left side. So you'll go through
green room.
It's basically on the opposite end of the ship. Basically, as you walk down, it's to the left. All the way to the left. We'll come across it anyway.
Whoa, fuck!
Oh no. Oh no. That didn't sound like a good oh fuck either.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry
What do you mean it's fine?
Don't worry about it.
Alright. Okay, you've... Oh, you've made ice cream brownie? Ice cream brownie bowl?
Alright.
Okay,
got ice
so...
cream?
Zuna.
Oh.
So pretty much straight ahead
That's not
this
dinner.
way. No. There's blood seeking out of that one. What do we need to find? Gas leak.
Gas leak. Please check airlock management.
Airlock. Oh, okay. Oh. Airlock manage this way.
How many shots does it take to put these zombies down by?
1 or 2?
We should test it. You shoot the next one.
Maybe 3. Okay, I don't like... I assume we're meant to bring... 3... Why is that vent tripping?
This feels like a
1,
cross between
2,
like Among
3,
Us.
4, 1. Okay, I think it's about 4 shots.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I think we're meant to bring 3 more of these guys.
Oh, we need...
Oh. Okay, even when you when they're
Sweet.
down, they still get back up. So.
Oh. Well, they fucking go flying.
No, they do. Okay, so we're meant to find 3. 3 of these blue things.
So I'm guessing it's in the like hospital room, the lab room.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go and check the hydroponic farm if you wanted to do the...
I'll do the hospital
lab bay.
bay. Oh, the lab bay? Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Oh, fuck! Okay, so there's things up in the thing as well.
I think that might be the specimen that we can't kill.
Oh. I'm poisoned? I'm poisoned. I need help.
I got a rifle.
Nice. I am going to die.
You've got a, Did you need to go to a health thing?
Any health? Trying to find some. I think I'm dead. I'm dead.
Okay. You've got a respawn thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. DangerDann respawned.
Hello. Yeah. This way. Oh shit, hello. I'll just go
Nothing
straight
there.
to the hydroponics.
Yeah.
Is this a small dev team or is this a solo dev?
That's a great question. Also, I think... Sorry, unrelated. You, I think I know where the monster is in the vents. Whichever vent is dripping, like, purple blood or purple something, I think That's the one it's in.
Okay, cool. I just came back from the dead and tried to kill me.
Oh, your body. Oh, okay.
Oh, I've got it. There's a second canister here.
Oh, is that okay? Does it look exactly like the other one?
Yeah, but it's blue. I got a purple one.
Okay. Alright. I've got to go deeper.
Oh, there's purple dripping. I see. Yes,
Yeah,
you might be
yeah.
right. Oh, the green one's here as well.
Oh, is it?
Yep, they're all in here.
Okay.
They're all in hydroponics.
I'm pretty far into the lab.
So I'm gonna start running back. I'll drop.
Oh, okay. No, we're all good. Okay. Freaked out a little second there.
I'll drop that there. Go back and get the other one.
Fuck, I don't even know.
Jesus. Okay. Oh, fuck! How am I back again?
Okay. Oh! Okay, I found a shotty.
Hell yeah.
I have one canister. Oh, I've got an orange one here. Did we... What? Okay, so there's different types. Okay, interesting.
Oh.
Is that... Okay, I can't destroy glass. Okay. Did we need a red one at all? Are they color-coded?
No, we need two. They are. We need two blue.
Yep.
A green and an orange.
I have an orange. Okay. Okay, yep.
Okay.
I have orange.
And I think I've got a green one.
I do have a blue as well.
I got green.
So, with the orange and the blue
hospital?
that I have... Yes. No, lab, sorry, lab. Lab.
Okay, so we need, the orange. You've got a blue?
Yep, I've got a blue
you've got
and
orange.
an orange. I got blue and orange. I got two.
Coming. On my way.
Yeah, okay.
It's not for you, Ginge? Whereabouts were you in the lab? All the way down?
All the way. Yeah.
Well, there's an orange one.
Yeah, yep. That's the one I just chucked. I was moving them.
Okay.
Yep, I'm right by... Oh. Okay, I'm good. Good shooting.
Thank you.
Oh! Oh, of course.
Everyone say, no, Mandy.
No, Mandy. Okay. Alright, what order they are in? Blue, orange. Okay. Nice.
You can type fast. Alright. good.
All right, do what you need to. Thank you, Rockus. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
You're very welcome.
How's this looking?
Did it work? Access denied. Why?
Are these different?
Blue, green. Oh wait, okay. So the one that looks like an O needs blue. The symbol.
Hang on. Yep.
And the one that looks like an N is blue.
Oh, okay. Yep. We just got to
One that looks like an E.
Spin around. Nice. Done. Done, done, done. Go.
Hey, tight fast. There you going.
Do it, King.
Look at it. The way you time relapse. Tight fast, are you good? Ginger, how's China?
Okay, so that's the gas. So we head back, I assume, or do we want to wait till?
Holy shit!
Yeah, cool. Okay.
I think we're good.
Onwards.
Oh, whose emote's that? That's sick. Onward, Christian soldiers.
Oh! Missed.
Really? They're all fucking coming out now.
Yep. Oh, this is going into the experimental labs.
Hell yeah. EJSA.
Yeah, okay. I'm hearing voice.
Ooh. There's other canisters here too.
Surely you didn't mean to shoot me just then.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
There's an armory.
No, fishy.
Good night, fishy. Thanks, mate.
Oh.
Take care. Everyone say no, fishy.
He's dribbling.
No, fish.
Why are you going the wrong way? What are we doing? This way?
Oh, the door's open.
Oh, there's...
fuck.
You okay? Oh, yep. Just grab an ammo. So I hear a lot of... I hear a lot of zombies. We are going the right way, though. Oh, where are you? Oh, okay.
I'm on the other side.
Oh.
There's an airlock.
Didn't realize there was an airlock. We're good.
All good.
Yep, all good.
Okay. Where do we need to go? Black box. Oh, shit!
Yep. Oh, pretty much.
Oh, we're almost there.
In the server room straight ahead. Yep.
Locked. Do not open. Ooh.
Oh, that looks fucking sick.
It does, doesn't it? Pretty sure you can get in there.
Oh.
And, ooh, fuck.
You
Don't
can't
go
get in there? Oh.
You can.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Are we going to need to contain something in?
Oh. Fuck, he's right next to me.
Who is?
Chip. Purple dripping. No, this one up here's got the...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you just shine your flashlight into it? And it ran away?
Yeah, I did.
Huh.
It wasn't there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we get into... Oh, Danny. Come over here. And then check your map. Have a look what goes into that server room. We gotta go into this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna get over there.
Neither am I.
Just gonna send it.
Yeah, that's exactly... Oof.
Oh, I'm dead.
Is it the... Does the laser get to you?
Yes, you gotta, like, crouch. As soon as you get to the wall, you gotta crouch and then, drop down.
I think the laser gets you when you're in the vent as well. Maybe.
Yeah, but you got to drop down. Once you get in the vent, there's a little bit that goes down.
Gotcha. Yep. Fucking hell. Okay, we're good. Yep. Alright. I'll see what I can muster.
Easy, boy.
I'm doing it.
Easy, girl.
Oh! Go. Yep. Okay, good. Got it. Jeez. I'll try and get in there and I'll open the door so you don't have to fucking do all that. You good?
Just wondering, is there another... Yeah. Sweet,
Okay.
brother.
Okay, cool. I opened the...
Go.
Oh, fuck off, you dog. Alright.
Have bloody listen to it.
Okay, yep.
I can hear some zombies.
I opened the main door so you don't have to come through.
I see you.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Hey, easy.
I apologized. Sorry.
2 peas in a pod. What does that mean?
Alright. And then here we basically need to hot tail it. Almost done.
Okay. There's a door just here too.
I do
How much ammo have you
see that. I've got quite a bit actually.
Oh, there's... Okay, I just saw the beast. It's like a scorpion.
Oh, okay. Is
It's
it
a
in
big
here with
one,
us,
too.
or is it?
It went into this vent here. One of these ones.
Okay, I've got it, and I'm just making.
Where did you go?
I'm just down here. Oh! Fuck! No, I can't kill it. We're not allowed to kill it. Ah! We're not allowed to kill it.
Oh shit!
I don't know what we're meant to do. I can't. Why am I shooting it?
Oh, take it into the electrical room. Oh, there's more than one, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I am dead. Good night, Ginge. Little damp, have a cold. Oh no, buddy.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, Ginge.
Okay,
Take
where
care.
is...
Stop.
Okay.
Everyone say no, Ginge.
No, change. Oop.
We've got 5 respawns left.
Might be good to get another respawn pod, maybe?
Oh, fuck, there it is. I can't kill it.
You can shoot it, that's fine. it just
Fucking
runs
hell.
away, I believe. Oh.
I'm poisoned. I'm gonna die again. Health. I think there's health this way. Hospital.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes, what's this? Where's the health? This way.
Okay.
Fuck,
All right.
Fuck, 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 fuck. Nah,
I'm
done.
I'm
dead.
getting closer to you.
Surgical.
Hang on. No,
No, didn't make
I'm
it.
back. I'm back in that main central hub area.
I'm dead and I'm coming to get you.
Okay. I'm in the main area.
Here I come.
Oh, that is your dead body?
That was me. But it wasn't me because I am here.
Yeah, yep.
Right, okay. I'm coming.
Yep, if you oh, hang on. We got... Yeah, yep.
Have you got the black
Yep.
box?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
here.
you do. I'll carry the black box because you got the shot.
Okay. Yep. Okay, we're good.
Only game.
This way, I believe. Yep.
I hear zombie.
I think even though it's red, I think we can go locked. We can go this way. Yep.
Behind you.
We can. Yep. Sir. Oh, it's like.
This doesn't
It
stop.
It vented. We just got to make sure to close that door behind us as well.
Yep, there's some zombies coming.
Yep. Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Who's it? Oh.
Look at us.
Okay, cool.
Look at us
Look
go.
at it. Look at us.
We
Who
did
would
it.
have thought? Who would have thought?
Who would have thunk?
Fuck, that was stressful at the end there.
That was stressful.
I'd
We
be
did it.
curious if the objectives require more things if there is more people, because I could, or force you to split up. Whew.
I'm sure.
Surely, look at that additional
wasn't too bad.
conditions. 1250. We got a bit of money on that one. Oh, friendly fire damage.
Yeah.
minus 96.
Oh, fuck. Oh, good to know.
Because that's you might have some actually. Yeah, 220. Because I shot you with the shotty.
Yours was unintentional, though.
Yeah. Oh, why do I found an additional thing that you didn't find. Okay. So I get a little bit more money. So it kind of like rewards exploration in a bit. So when I was kind of going through the lab and stuff, I found a little disc type of thing. It was almost like a hard drive, actually. And I think that might have given us given me that extra 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, well. That was good. I like that one, actually.
It's alright.
Definitely easier when you... It's fucking face.
No, your face,
No,
mate.
No, I'm not laughing at you, Danny. I'm laughing at the idea, you know?
This guy. Oh. This guy.
Oh. So you can get a threat detector. Track the position of any threats around as a point on the control screen. When it's in range, it beeps. It's kind of cool. I'm just gonna upgrade the flashlight. What are your thoughts on doing another one, or are you good? What are you vibing?
I was gonna go to the bathroom. I need to pee.
Actually, you know what? Oh my god, I can't believe we're saying this, but do you want to go to the bathroom together? Separately, but together, because
okay.
I might also need to go.
Yeah, sure. Yes. And then I might play. I was thinking about playing some No Man's Sky.
Ooh, okay, cool. Well,
but I think we can multiplayer on that too, can't we?
We can, as long as you don't fucking shoot me again, you dirty dog.
That was you.
No. I remember me saying friendly, and then you were shooting me. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. Selective memory, I guess. But yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, we can jump on that.
Yeah, dope.
Yeah. But that was good. I had good fun.
Wait, all right. It was good, yeah. We'll play it again soon, I reckon.
Sounds like a plan. All right. I need to go. So, yeah, when we get back, I'll play No Man's Sky. Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. I'll be back. Marty was going to dap then. Nope, never. Put back then, no touch. He might throw his back out if he tried. 100%. My back would be gone. Yeah, Dan and I will smooch as much as we can. No, Gabby, we're not breaking audio. We might have. For a second. Not quite. Okay. An idea, it might be the direction the mic is picking up the audio from. That's why it's playing it on. Ooh, that could be it. The microphone is currently pointed, like, aiming not towards me, so that might be it, actually. So I'll play around with that, Jantha. Off stream. I'm not going to be doing it on stream. There we go. If I do this, I'm going to get a foot to the face, but you can all see Chip while I catch up on chat. Dan doesn't fish game, he rage quits. Captions are so fucking funny. You're apparently putting...
Cry. I am not there. I did not die. Mary Fry.
No. Oh, fucking thing. No!
Is to suffer.
No!
Is to find some meaning.
Fuck!
Friedrich Nietzsche.
Oh! Oh shit! No, stop. This is a very, very small area here. We aren't given much playroom, and I'm dead. Oh, that's a perfect... Look at that. Perfect shot of the scrotum there. Yeah, we aren't gonna last this, I don't think. Yeah. Actually, I thought I had more kills, but... No idea what Tub Skelly raid, I guess. What? It means you're getting raided by Tub Skellies. What's Tub Skellies? In Dragon Quest V, an emote I have ever been raided, Marty. It's a good thing. No, I haven't been raided. Should I be scared?
Oh my god. I tried finding this clip to delete it because it's so embarrassing. But this clearly was my first raid. I had no idea.
Ridiculous.
Had no. That wasn't meant to play. That wasn't meant to play at all. Oh, good lord, good lord. Let's just jump into just chatting while we wait for Danathy. Good lord. No, that was good. I enjoyed that. I thought it was going to be a little bit more scary, but it wasn't too bad. I assume the harder levels would be a little bit more scary. But it is what it is. But no, I had fun. I had fun. Okay, yep. We'll jump into No Man's Sky. Just waiting for Danathy. Oh, that is bright. Oh boy. Cool. Hmm. Cool. Zuna has purchased Mr. Chip some food, so I got to pay her back for that. Groovy. He's going to get some food. How delicious. How thoughtful. Let's come out of this. Yep, and that one. Neat. I thought Chip was Zuna's cat. No, Chip is our cat. Well, technically, I think we went Harvey's, but no, Chip is both of ours. Chip is both. Alma's papa, and Zuna is mama. So, but I hope you're doing well, Queenie. I haven't seen you around for a little bit. I saw. I think I've seen you pop into. There we go. Do that one. Jump into a No Man's Sky. Just been sick. Ah, that's fair, Queenie. That sucks. That does suck. I've been sick in a while, but when it hits, sometimes it hits pretty hard. Is Danathy into a... Not yet. Okay. I will wait for him to... What am I looking for? Game. There we go. And then I'll join him. Oh boy. When was the last one that I played? 26, this one. Oh. I gotta start a new game? Alright, I guess I'll start a new game. Gub, That's rude. I really don't want to start a new game. Hang on, what does it say? This save must be loaded. Okay. Oh my god. All right. Play. And then this one. All right, I'll pause that. Pause that music. So the point is we load into a single player game. Jesus. Okay. We load here. And then, because we have done that, we've done what it said. We quit to the main menu. And then we join. Oh my god. There we go. Beautiful. Wild. Wild times. Oh, I'm in space. Is that Mr. Dan over there? Sure is. Night, Gub. Sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. Oh, is that another ship? I heard shit. No, okay. It's Mr. Dan. Do we... What is F? Scan. So it's this, shattered power? No. Antimatter housing. I don't know how to get antimatter housing. I don't know how to do that. Hello, Mr. Chip. Oh, you okay? What's happening, buddy? Don't bite my hand, mister. Thank you very much. Oh, I got a buried. You son of a bitch. G terrain manipulator. Down here. Inventory full. Salvage data. Okay. I need to chuck stuff onto my ship, I believe. Because I've got a bunch of stuff that I could probably put. Is it copper? Thank you, Serby. No. Don't apologize. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you in Sassa's stream today with a bit of marbles. We love a bit of marbles. If I upload... Okay, I've got to upload each one. I love jumping in and being instantly challenged to a duel. Yeah. Yeah, it was... I didn't realize you would... as soon as I saw your name, I was like, has to be. Has to be. Okay, I can't do that. Totally not rigged. Totally not. Oh, Danny's raging. Raid now. Classic. Hang on, let me just check. I think he is jumping out, isn't he? Isn't he? That dog. It was a quick raid today. That's alright. Oh, I've gotten back into Warframe and I'm enjoying it so much. I haven't played Warframe actually. I've seen a lot of little things. Was it the? Am I thinking of the right one? But in the Prime animated show, or was that Armored Core? Yeah. Fuck. Dan. Hello, Dan. How you doing? What were you playing tonight? Armored Core. Yeah, okay. Hey, Grim. Hey, Tubby. Oh, okay. Okay, yep. Okay, thank you, Dan. You just weren't feeling it, Dan, were you? Your heart wasn't in it? That's okay. I had fun though. I had fun. It would I'd actually be curious what it's like with a bigger group as well. So maybe he cry? No. Dan rage quit and sent us here. Classic. I had fun. Thank you for the games, mate. Yeah, not a problem, Dan. Sorry for kind of throwing that on as well. I was just obviously no pressure, but I just felt like playing a game, and then obviously like since Outlast to not do something super overboard. But no, I had fun. It was really pretty too, weirdly enough. Oh my god, I'm freezing. Freezing was a very pretty game. Yeah. I'd be super curious what it's like with more people though. Hey Cheza, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah. Hope you're okay, Danny. Were you just a bit tired or just heart not in it tonight? And that is fair. That is fair. Funnily enough, I was probably going to play this for a little bit and then I'd be like, I That's it for me. I'm all good, just feeling a bit off. Nah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, you know, my DMs are always open for you, Danny, if there was anything. But bamboozled once again. I'm alright, thanks. How are you? I'm good, Cheza. I'm not sure if you caught it, but we did play some, and I keep on forgetting the name, actually. Physically, not mentally. Fair. Fuck, what's the name of the game we just played? Species Unknown. Fuck. You know what? Wrong one. Right one? There we go. Holy shit. I'm not sure. No, why did it change? That's okay. I was only going to play some No Man's Sky if Danny was there, but that's okay. No stress. I have played Outlast Trials Serby, and I think thank you, Type Fast. Really appreciate that. I think I might actually do a quick one, and then we'll go from there. Thank you, Cheza. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you. I was in the shadows of your little species game. Oh, cool. So you saw some of it. Thank you, Jantha. Thank you, Grim. Those are some expensive, fancy farts. Yeah, because they're fancy. They're fancy. They've got to be a little bit expensive. No, we'll play some. We'll just do a round. I think we'll do a round of Outlast Trials. I think to calm us down after such a crazy and wild night. I think. Hey, Calypso, how you doing? I haven't. I'm side-eyeing. How did you missed it? Stupid. How'd you end up removing the glue? Okay. All right. Thank you, Type Fast. Cool. So I've been wanting to get it so I can watch EP. Yeah, I really like Outlast Trials. I have many hours in it. Oh, Nonite Type Fast. Everyone say Nonite to Type Fast. Everyone. Absolutely everybody. I have many hours, actually. Thank you, Calypso. Yeah, let me enter. I have 115 hours in it, so I do like a little bit of the Outlast Trials. But we were trying to. Thank you, Type Fast. So I was trying to think of why, and I was chatting to Sai afterwards after we played with Danny the other day, and I think it's a little bit less overwhelming after having played it, I guess, A, for so long, but also being there from the start.
Hello, princess.
What?
It's
Why did
me,
that play?
the parrot from Aladdin.
What's happening? What? What's What? What are these noises and why are they playing?
Hello, princess.
I never went to overdrive.
The recommended amount of
Oh.
dedicated RAM I should have to a server.
All right, get out of there. I forgot I was in the Discord. God damn it, Danny. All right. Oh, that gave me a heart attack. I was like, I don't know where the fuck that's coming from. You found it. I thought Danny wasn't in the I should have left it. I completely forgot to. But no, Sai and I were chatting about just this and being kind of super overwhelming initially. And it's just because we've played it, I think, for so long, and then it's kind of all. I mean, oh my god, I'm dying. No worries, Dan. Thanks for the games tonight, man. I appreciate you. And just chill, relax, take care of your beautiful self. And yeah. So, yeah, I think initially, if you were, or anyone here that hasn't played it, it's kind of a little bit overwhelming, I think, at first. Night-night, Dan. Night-night. Everyone say night-night to Dan. He's a little sleepyhead. Has the lovely Zuna been around tonight? Yeah, she's in bed at the moment. She's not snoozing. She's watching her shows. I haven't done this one. Let's do this one. Let's do intro just because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll take the daily Murkov box. Oh, I leveled up. Fuck yeah. Oh, this ad break. Flipping the table. So yeah, I think if you're getting into it... Oh, hello, Chippy. Hello. You good? Why is your head wet? Why is your head wet? Hello. Why is your chesticles wet? What's happening here? Come here. Come here. There you go. You good? What's happening here? Okay, you just went down. Gotcha. Thanks, Chip. You need to eat more of your... Eat more. What a little goober. What a little goober. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I think for newcomers, Outlast Trials is pretty overwhelming. And you gotta kind of like ease yourself in, and it's probably not for everyone as well. I should probably just say that. I know Sass has tried. I'm not sure if Scotch has tried, but I think he was here when Dan was playing as well. And I think when there's just a lot going on, like what you can see and there's a lot going on, it can, yeah, might be a bit much. So I'm just going to jump in and go from there. Yeah. Completely forgot about that. Let's do... it's on the store page. Yeah. Done. Done. There you go. Beautiful. Thank you, Calypso. I always forget about it, honestly. Oh, I should. Hang on. I need to turn that on. Not that I think it's a big thing because you're not really focusing on it, but thought I'd just do that. How's your week been, by the way? I know I rib you in other chats. Yeah, no, good. Work through the day, and just hanging out as where I can in people's chats. But no, it's good. Good. A little busy at work, but no different to every other week. But I hope you're doing well, Calypso. Hope you're doing well. have the... What are we doing? A little bit wet here. Oh. Okay. Alright. Let's grab you. Not that I need that. Okay. Fuck, someone's already out. Okay. Just wants you to climb over that. Okay. Currently in a car wash. The dodgy side of Queensland, New South Wales border. Could not see out of my window. I know it was dangerous. So it's a little chore to burn off some energy. Oh. Oh no. I need you. Well, glad your night is going somewhat okay. Need you. Okay.
What's the name of God? This is a travesty. Don't let them see our
Lord
like this. My God. Have none of you any decent? Why? They ruined him.
Oh. He's free. He's not free. Oh.
How dare you besmirch this man's reputation?
This is a celebrity. You will respect your...
Okay. Follow the idol statue. Do I know where it is? It's so good. Hey, Pro Gamer, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Hey, Curry, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, Oreo. How we doing? What were you playing? Outlast Trials as well. Very nice. How you doing? What trial were you doing? What trial are you doing? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Yes. Perfect. I'm currently doing a solo trial, and it's the latest. It is on intro. It's on the introductory difficulty, because I've never done this one before. Just to kind of get an idea. I was doing some scavenger on the Toy Factory. Man, the Toy Factory one is huge. I remember the first time I played that one and it was just... I had no idea where it was anywhere. But no, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had fun. Okay. I thought I heard gas, man. It's officers, no. I like the TV studio. Okay, cool. So I haven't done it. So I'm not sure. Oh, Oreo, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I haven't done this one. And each map just gets bigger and bigger all the time. Okay. Is there anything in here? So this is the way he came, obviously. Nothing there. Okay. I like the task force map. Okay, interesting. Very cool. Thank you, Oreo. A little bit out of drink, but that's okay. That's okay. Pro Gamers, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But no, if you... also, by the way, sorry. It's getting late. My brain is mush. Hello, welcome. I am a Australian streamer, a variety streamer, occasional streamer, I guess. I'm trying to do it more and more, but you know how it is. But no, I play a bit of everything. I'm from the lovely town of Brisbane, Australia. Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. And yeah, welcome in. If you guys need to raid a run, look after yourselves, go do that. But no, thank you. And I appreciate you just hanging out as well. Maybe that wasn't stale water. No, it wasn't. It was a little bit of Pepsi Max. Okay. Set up the scene. Set up the scene? Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, it's almost 6 AM for me, so I must be off. Have a good night. Pro Gamer, thank you so much. Have a lovely sleep. And everyone, yeah, go check out Pro Gamer. And... What? Okay. And... Oh, okay. I'll do this. He also made a Game Friends. Yeah, that is true, yes. I am a game dev as well. Sometimes I forget that. Sometimes I forget that. Is that in the middle? Wrong way. This way. Is that right? Is that good?
Don't do this.
That looks... Surely. Oh, it's meant to be up one. The Mario Talented Egg is a good game.
What's going on?
Okay, thanks, Em. Okay, so I'm gonna go up there. Blinding. Okay.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, okay, well. Alright. Ups to daisies. Ups to daisies up here. Benjamin, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Oh. Wait, is there a... Oh, there's a bunch. Okay. So what have we got? BO3, L23. Is there any more? No. BO3, L23. Okay. So, B03, L23. We compliment you and you act like we have thrown rocks at you. No, no. No. I guess don't take compliments very well. So G12. Gotcha, there we go. Knew there was a third one. G12. Cool. Well, what is that setup? Oh, yoink. And yoink. Okay. Alright. Okay. No, I'm the same, I get you. Yeah. Okay, what now? Sabotage the recording. Ah, here.
Oh, that feels like the sun. That's kind of nice.
Oh. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay. Very cool. Do the classic compliment back move the attention? Yeah, I used to do that, and then I think I don't know what it is. Okay. Studio 2 goes in there. Alright. So now I'm meant to get in there. Join there. Okay. How do I get in there? How do I get in there? Okay, guy's out now. Okay. When people want to torture me, they don't let it go. Yeah. Now. It gets like that. Okay. Cool. How does one get into Studio 2? Is it from the back? Ken, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, welcome in. Is it back here? Studio 1 to 2. Is it Studio 1? No, I just do a circle. Up. Studio 4. Okay, how's the... Yes, man, I hope you're doing well. I am, Ken. How you doing? No. Okay, not climbing. $58.49. Fucking hell. Who is it? Oh, Gasman. That's okay. That's fun. Oh my god, how is Chip the one and only? Oh my god, how is Chip the one and only? Oh, yeah. He is pretty cute. Oh, set storage, maybe. Set storage, maybe? Maybe up there? Studio 1?
Let me help.
Fuck off. No, not what I wanted. Thank you. Don't know why he's making this noise. Where is it? Oh, it's back there. Okay. No. Good. Go away, Skinnerman. I'm doing awesome. Thank you. I see you're also from Queensland. Good to see more Queensland streamers around. Yeah, there's dozens of us. Dozens of us, Ken. No, but welcome in. Welcome in. I love animals' personality. If I see animal at a party, best know I am talking to no humans after that. 100%, I get it. Chip definitely takes attention away. 100%, all the time. So, how? What am I doing here? Am I going out this way? Actually, is there cords or anything that's on air? These are the only cords I can see. I don't think there's anything to do with it, so let's go out. I've played both Outlast, but not this one. I am very curious about it. Yeah, so it's a little bit different because it is multiplayer. Well, single multiplayer. You can choose to do it co-op or you can choose to do it solo. Okay, can't jump up there. Lock and open. Okay, this takes us back to there. Interesting. Okay. there's a lot of mechanics and things that you can do in Outlast 2 that is a little bit more, I guess, streamlined or a bit smoother in this one. I love this one, but sometimes I wish there's a little bit more, I don't know what it is, solo, or not even solo, more, I guess, story or single player aspects of it. But in saying that, give us those. Fuck, how do we get, what do we do? What do we do here? Is it this? No, it can't be this. That's for the next area. I need a battery. Why do I feel like it's something to do with this? No. Dressing room? No. Lobby offices? No, it's not there. I'm a little stumped here. Fucking. It's not the vents. Because that doesn't make sense. Maybe I need to go back up to... No. I think I might have to go back up into that room, maybe? Something in here? No? Okay, gas man's out. That's alright. So nothing in here. Okay. So, if it's not in there, and not here, usually all the things are close together, but maybe this one's not? Here we go. Studio 2. That's all I needed. Okay. What do we got here? Light goes there. Camera there. Okay. So this one. That one I can just chuck there. Okay. That one. Done. Done, done. Then we got camera, which can be the next one. I love when games streamline mechanics and future stuff. Such great callbacks and continuity. Yeah, 100%. And I think this one does it really well. Okay, and then we rotate. Perfect. And then this one. We pull here. Okay, and then this one goes. Okay, pull you. Chuck you there. And then you. We go wee. And along here. There we go. Okay. Then what we go upstairs. Perfect. Easy. Easy peasy. Okay, well now we need to find 3. 024, 024, E04. G15. Okay. 024, E04, and then G15. Is that right? Yep. Neat. Neato burrito. Yep. Fuck, I might actually take you. And then... Okay, I need to sabotage. Is there... Okay. Thought there was a little dossier on there for me. Oh. That's Gasman. That's fun. Gasman be gassing. Yep. Popping through here. Okay, cool. It's going away. Activate. Alright, they're just chopping off hands. Just one. Just one hand. Okay, and now he's going to go to 3. Yeah. Still has a hand to have fun. Yeah. I assume not for much longer. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is cool. Oh. Oh, okay. I wasn't here earlier. Are we meant to feel bad for courtmen? No, no, no. So generally the... Okay, that doesn't pause it. I forget. So generally the trials, what they place you through, these people aren't innocent, but neither are you. As I guess as a in the sense of, I guess, what's good or bad. Those people have done the company that you're doing things. It's kind of hard to explain. Those have kind of wronged someone for the company that has you here, and you're basically killing them to not repurpose, be reborn in some way. So basically you're starting anew, but you're only being reborn into the version of this company wants you to be. And this company wants you to kind of obey. It's the same company that's in 1 and 2. So the Murkov company, or the Murkov researchers. And they basically whittle you down to the point where you will just kind of roll over and just do anything. And yeah, kind of setting you to do, yeah. There's a whole thing. It's crazy. Also, welcome in, Luna. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Such a good trial. I was impressed with it. This is the first time I've done this one, so I'm kind of learning. It's on the introduction, but so far, pretty cool. Pretty cool. He's actually quite sad, the courtman. Yeah, they all are. I see means justify the ends and they aren't great humans. Yeah. And I guess, in a way, neither are you. However, you're not... You are doing this optionally, but you've kind of been... all of your, I guess, personality has been pulled away. Your need to fight back or anything. So you kind of do a lot of submission, or like the company wants you to submit to, you know, be loyal to Murkov in a way, to do what they want, and not, I guess, fuck them over. And that's what the people that you kill in these trials are. I mean, I say kill, you do kill them. They have wronged the company, wronged Murkov in some way, whether it's politically or could be socially. There's a lot of politics in this game. It's set, I think, in the Colombian War kind of era. Yeah, it's the whole conditioning. For example, the first mission that you do, it's single player. It's kind of like the tutorial, but basically it gets you to pick up the box of your belongings, pick up your records, your government records, and basically destroy them. So you don't exist as a person in the world. And then you're now confined to this facility to do these trials where they, you know, smash you down into nothing, and then they rebuild you into whatever they want. Whether it's a killer, an assassin, whatever. I'm well, thanks. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. We played some Species Unknown or Unknown Species with DangerDann 86 before. And that was good. And now we're playing a little bit of this. And I was going to be like, yeah, we'll just do one last game. And this will be quick, but it's going on a little bit longer. So that's fine. It's all good. I've entirely too many hours in this game, to be honest. Yeah, I was the same. But it's been a while since I've played. What is the bar at the top? Is it for battery? Yes, it's the X-ray. Or it is, sorry. That's for the night vision, but then X-ray, this will recharge it slightly. Yes. Okay. So it's in the political background of the Vietnam War and MX Ultra. Yes. Yeah, I asked a question and ate his battery. That's my bad, yeah. Oh, you can recharge. Yeah, so there are there are batteries around. It's a key, but, oh, there's one. One on the other side of this. So you can pick up a battery, and now it recharges it completely. So... I meant to find the service area. Costumes. I have a feeling it might be where the... Okay. Okay, all good. Well, I was getting spooked. You are losing battery. Yeah, so... Obviously, if I didn't have a battery, it would be harder to see. You can still see, but it's not like this. It's kind of like a dulled version. Studio 6? Makeshift Studio 6. Spare parts. And I should probably keep an eye out for batteries as well, because I believe I will need them to charge... let's do that one. Switch over those. Alright, we need to find the service area. Not doing that. No. Okay, we'll back up. We'll go here. Sweet. And we'll just kind of dodge that. Go in here. I was lost before as I just joined the stream. Yeah, this game, you can definitely get lost in it very easy. Even playing it, unless you know where you're going. or what you're doing, very easy to get lost in. Okay. Okay. I'm glad I was worried I derailed you for a sec. No, no. Oh my god. Baby up there. Okay, so that's to the 3rd floor. Oh, there's two things on this level. Okay. Over here. Okay. As a game dev, do you find yourself going, oh, so that's how they did that regarding a specific feature or mechanic? It's a little hard, although to kind of go, that's how they did that. Some would require you to kind of record it or play it over and over again. But most of the time, okay, yep, we're good. It's that one. Most of the time they're rather simple, so there's a lot of simplish puzzles in Outlast Trials, such as it's right behind me. Gimme. Oh, it's only Gas Man. I don't care about you. So for example, the one before where it's you've got to find the code with the light, and then you've got to go back to the table and kind of be put down, you know, B12 or whatever. The good thing with Trials is that a lot of it is random, or it's randomized through the things. So whilst those codes were, I found them rather easy, the codes might be in more difficult places on a, you know, more when there's more people, or the codes might change themselves, and then sometimes they can get really difficult too. Okay, yep. So I'm still meant to find the service area. Don't know where that is. I've got a big guy down there. That goes up. I want to go up. Where are you coming from? That's fine. Oh, it's you. Okay. There are a few that I'm kind of like, oh wow, how did they do that, or how do you manage to do that, or whatever. But a good portion of the time they're rather simple. It's just more so the actual AI of, you know, the monsters themselves or the enemies, whatever, can sometimes kind of be like, oh, how did they do that, or that's a rather advanced-ish kind of AI. But again, like there's an entire team on this. I think it's a rather smallish team, but they're all experienced. So even as a solo dev, you could look at us and be like, wow, this is insane. But it would never be one where you'd look at it and be like, I'm going to do that one-to-one. I don't know where the fuck is a service area. We love it. Okay. We love a conditioning trope in media, a great tool to get characters' actions to be morally grey and feel logical. Yeah, 100%. And I think a lot of the time they get around it in this is because you don't really have a choice, which is kind of cool. Obviously, the choice is not to play, but do that as well. But in world, there's a reason why they're doing this. They're not just kind of, you know, doing it because they want to, kind of thing. I was meaning to message you. I really like in the night shift how you use the environment blocks to stop players from being lost in the wrong areas. Yeah, that was a lot of interesting.
This is heaven. Every entry
So that was a lot of play testing afterwards. So I put the night shift out in early access, and it was in early access for a year. And across that year, you know, you could buy it, you could play it, and a lot of the time, I would get feedback. I would kind of action it to make it a little bit either easier or make things a little bit more obvious for the players. And it definitely helped when, of course, I just had to go this way. Definitely helped when streamers would pick it up and play it as well. So there's a few streamers that I still kind of chat to that originally picked it up, and I'd grab their feedback, and I would kind of action it. There we go. Yep. Kind of action it. Okay, now I need to go up. Okay. Yep. So I would action it to the point where it was still a bit difficult to do things, or like the intent would still be there. It would just make the experience a little bit nicer. Okay, this way. I need to stream more of it. I'm going to try for Friday again. Oh, very exciting. If you watch back mine, I am a serial overthinker and searcher. And I think, yeah. Okay. And there's a few people that played the game that are also like that as well. So overthinkers and maybe on the other side would look too deep into things, or even the complete opposite where they didn't look hard enough. And obviously it's not, as a developer, it's not my job to kind of just be like, look at how they're playing, and if it makes sense to, you know, if you see the same issue happen more than 3, 4, 5 times, there's a good chance that just kind of regular players that aren't streamers would also have that happen. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this, and then people are gonna come for me. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. That's okay. That's alright. We're good. It's a lot of noises. I'm not sure if I like them. Yeah, okay. All right. What was I saying? Yeah, so if you see those issues kind of happening repeatedly, those are the ones that you kind of want to fix. And I would see in the streamers that would be kind of these early adopters of the night shift, I would notice those kind of patterns where someone would turn right instead of left, which is the way they were meant to go. And then instead of kind of saying to them, don't be silly, don't turn... Oh my god, that's a fucking door there. Don't be silly, just turn left. And because you're not there as a dev, you're not there in every player's ear to be like, just do that, just, you know, go left, go right, pick up that, read that. So a lot of the things that I did, I would take note, be like, how can I make this a little more obvious to players? How can I, you know, still make the player work for it and do that? And it's not perfect. There's still a lot of... There's still a lot of room for improvement in my next stuff. I think... but I think where it is now, I think it's in a good spot. And it was in a much worse spot. Much worse spot. So there's a lot of assistance and help from streamers, from people that have played it, given feedback, has been very helpful. Very helpful. There's many different types of gamers. Some are problem solvers, some like the stealth route, and some just like shooting and break it 100%. And that's, I found that as well. So with the night shift, for those that don't know, I'm the solo developer of a game called The Night Shift. It's a horror game set in a department store with weeping angel-inspired mannequins. And your job is to kind of do jobs, tasks. You're stuck there, so basically do your work until you leave. And I saw a lot of different types of players playing the night shift, and the thing is, it's not built for every type of player. I think if you've got a game and you not even successfully, your target is for every single every single one of these every single one of these markets or demographics, it's not going to be a good game at all. Yeah, I need to go back downstairs. Okay, that's health. I'm also an achievement hunter, but need to work on doing that in my own time. And yeah, I love achievements, so I wanted to make sure that I had plenty in there for the night shift, but I also didn't want it to be too much of a slog. Okay, we'll go this way. We'll go this way. We'll go this way. Cool. Okay. I didn't want it to be too much of a slog with achievements, and hey, Doomies, how you doing? I'm so glad I changed the raid song to this. Oh, it just every time I hear it, it pumps me up. How you doing? Welcome in, Doomies. What were you playing? Hollow Knight. Ooh, exciting. How'd you go? Okay, we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way. And we're gonna go this way. Perfect. Down we go. Easy. Sorry, I can't really talk at the moment. Hey, Relapse, how we going? Welcome in. Okay. Yep. Excuse me, sir. The controller kept turning off, but I killed a couple of bosses. Oh, that's awesome. I actually need to properly play Hollow Knight. I have sunk a couple hours into it, but it hasn't hooked me as much as other games. So I think I need to, I don't know. I walked in there. Join the idol. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Okay, I don't need batteries anymore. Oh, okay, and then Studio 4. I need to go all the way around. Ooh, he's gonna be there. Running. I need to hide somewhere so I can at least chat to chat. Is there someone in here? There we go. Cool. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so the, what was I saying? I have completely forgotten. That's okay. That's okay. Anyway, welcome in, Doomies and Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Doomies, if you need to raid and run, go do that. It's a little bit late at the moment, so if you need to go look after yourself, completely understand. Yeah, just like it. I play it like Dark Souls, learn all the attack patterns and such. Yeah, I I also need to play Dark Souls a little bit more. I've played Dark Souls 3 a squidge. Just a squidge though. Just a squidge. Nothing in there. Okay. Ooh. So we go this way and we go this way. Perfecto. Alright, what do we got? Okay. So that's gonna go there. Person, danger in front of it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to pull this one. Souls games is definitely not my type of game. Yeah. I'm a bit hit and miss with the Souls games. Okay. We've got... What is that? Okay, we'll chuck you here. It's over here. Okay, so camera's back there. And light. So I don't actually know... Okay. Alright. So camera goes here. Okay. Yep. And we go back. And we go here. And then we rotate. Wrong way, but that's okay. We rotate it there. And then light. Ooh. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I'm sure that'll tell me when it's done. Oh, okay, so here we got a little bit of a trickier one. That's okay. Jay... Ooh. I remember this. Watch Danny play it. He didn't look like he was having fun. No. Danny was very... it's a very overwhelming game if you haven't played it before. And, yeah, we kind of... Oh, I say we. I kind of chucked him in the deep end. And, yeah. Looking back, probably shouldn't have done that. But yeah, no, he wasn't a big fan. I know he did say afterwards to me that he would be keen to play it off stream. And I think it was just the collection of everything. Okay, so we got this. Okay, yep. I've found I don't like RTS games, but that's about it for game genres I don't mind. Ah, okay. I'm a big fan of RTS. Huge fan. Oh, fuck. Okay. No, we're good. We're good.
What is this?
We're good. We go here. So if you ever need stuff tested, I'm down 100%. I've got there's so many people that would be down for testing as well. So, which is great. Someone gifted it to me for Christmas and gave it a go. It's a bit more complicated than just walking around and being jump scared. Yeah, sometimes you've actually got to think. Sadly, yeah, it's a bit. There's a bit that goes on. Alright. Okay, that is done, right? We got that light. Is this the right way? There we go. Yeah, we're good. We're good. My partner loves RTS, so he carries the ship for both of us. Carries the torch for both of us. Yeah, mixed. Is that a C? Oh, a J11. J11. Oh, ba. No. J11. Unless it's CO3. CO3 N22. Okay. C3 N22. Sick. I go down here. Okay. Very cool. Ouchies. But yeah, I'd play this with friends rather than randoms. Yeah, I don't play with randoms at all. It's either, if I can play with friends, I will. Otherwise, I'll go solo. So I completely understand. You also have so many people who are down... Oh my god! Fucking. I wasn't expecting that at all. You also have so many people who are down to voice act for you. Ijimi and many. Yeah, 100%. There's so many. There's so many people. And everyone's just so talented. And it's almost like, who do I pick? But no. It's always... Okay, now I gotta go back to the front, right? Yep. To the front. Don't look at me like that. Okay. Yeah. Yep. There we go. Studio 4. It's the final one. Approval rating, 100%.
Our show is brought to you tonight by the good people at Crest Chemical. Maybe Bob can tell you a little bit about our sponsor.
Disrupt the show. Okay, how do I do that? It's not this, is it?
We've been getting a lot of fan mail.
Not up here? I didn't see that. I didn't see whatever went wrong. It's probably going to be the back, right? Oh, recording spotlights. Maybe up here. Maybe up here. Oh, no. Maybe? Oh, wait. Do I need to pick something up? Is that what that wants me to do? Okay, let's have a look. This man can't see, can't touch. Many bleed. What a day for him. Yeah. Yeah, some of these people go through quite a lot.
Hey, Bob. I understood you went to an animal preserve. Maybe you came back with some interesting animal facts for us?
Right. Okay. Is it at the back? Oh. Oh. Remove the cassettes from the marked ones? Right. Bring the cheering cassettes to the third room. Oh, wait. Is it best to do more? How many do I... Okay, not all of them. Okay. Alright, cool. It is certain ones. Okay, so... Am I supposed to know which ones? That's it. Fucking stop. Stop it. That's that. No, I need health. Need health? There's some health. I did get baited. I did. Lockpick. No. No. Oh, I'm on the other side. Oh. I know where I am. This is that room I was in. Huh? Okay. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, okay. Alright, easy. Easy peasy. Oh, I can hide there. Yep.
Not everybody
Insert.
knows that Bob is also an accomplished singer. Why don't you give us a little grand old flag?
Lower. Okay, this doesn't help. Unless there's something that points me.
Let's hear another celebrity impression. How about Bob Hope hitting a hole-in-one?
Is that new? Oh no. Okay, so how am I meant to... Oh, I meant to get up there with the blue light. Right. Okay. Shit, how do I get up there? Oh, actually, no, I think I... yeah, up and then to the spotlight. All right. Yep. Okay. Bottom right. I think I changed that one. Second row. So that one, that one. Yeah. So there's only two. Okay. Easy. Oh, can I jump down here? No, I didn't mean to do that. Ah. It's so funny to me, someone sponsors this torture show happening right now. So, yeah, it's actually, I think as far as I am aware, these companies kind of work together.
Charlton Heston said he's
And this one.
in the jungle. What do you think
Okay.
could go wrong?
So for what I was, sorry, brain. There was a lot going on. So I'm not sure if it's sponsors, but it's more. So Cress, I believe, is an actual company in game. Let's hop in here. And I believe that the gas or the chemicals that they use are actually ones that are used in game.
You see them up there?
I think.
We've lost them.
I do need... Oh. Okay. So I did one. Yep. Cool. Okay. Easy. Fucking hell. Right on my asshole. Okay. Down. Down. Yep. In. In. sensor. Oh. Gasman. Gasman. I do need health at some point, so I should probably... Hopefully I can find some on the way out. Okay, so he's going upsies? No? Back down. Okay. 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 Cool. And then gets replaced. He has been censored. Alright, let's get out of here. I should get health, right? Somewhere? Time beds. Oh, get out of here, Chazza. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good night. Everyone say good night to Chezza. And we'll see you next time. See you next time. No. Is there anything in here? I just want health. Is there health? Ooh. Bandage. This is fine. Oh, we're back up. Groovy. Let's get out of here. Yeah, we're fine. This is all good. Yep, we're good. Fuck. Ooh. Gasman. Gasman. Jim. We're good. We're good. Easy. Fuck. 63 minutes. That's right. That's right. I really like that one, actually. So each map, they kind of bring out new puzzles to do or new things, right? So I really like that. So for example, this one was all of this cassette stuff, and it wasn't overused puzzles like previous ones. Because you'd find that in some of the earlier trials, you would repeat doing the same thing, whether it was finding a key or if it was... Fuck, I don't even know. But this one was good. I liked that one. Honestly, same with the doll one before, actually, thinking about it. The doll one wasn't too bad either. It did overstay, I think, a little. And it was massive, but I think the more you do it, the smaller it is, if that makes sense. He's just drinking. By the time he died, I was glad for him, for it to be over. Yeah.
I can just pile on the sadism, the abuse. You're beautiful. I'm going to shower you in humiliation and contempt.
Yeah. So, That's pretty much it. Pretty much. So you know you do really well, you get an A+ or an S, and Chip, you can't stream on TOS. That's you can't drink on stream. That's against TOS. He's taking little sips. He's taking little sips. So even if you do like A+ or S, yeah, S, they still they don't necessarily say like, wow, great job, and then that's it. They still kind of find ways to, you know, demean and to belittle you and to be like, you know, it's okay, you did all right, or like you're the best. However, you're not there yet, and they still kind of pull you down. As very abusive.
Let's get you healthy.
No, I don't do invasion.
I'll be praying for you.
Negging for real, 100%. Okay. Let's claim some of these bad boys. But no, I think if you liked Outlast, any of the Outlasts, I think you'd like this. It would take some time to, I think, to get used to it. Because in Outlast, you don't really fight back. You don't really... It's a lot of running and hiding, closing doors. This one is very similar in that regard. However, you know, it's... As you've seen, you get bottles, you get bricks, you can chuck them, and they kind of stun or stunt their kind of, you know, navigation. And so there's a little bits there. Although no fighting back was very big annoying. And I think that was one of the big bits of feedback that Outlast got. And I think because when Outlast 2 came out, every game under the sun was now trying to repeat what Outlast did and what Amnesia did. Because Amnesia: The Dark Descent came out a couple years, I think, before the first Outlast. I think Dark Descent was 2006 or 7. And that was really popular. And then Outlast came out in 2009 or 10 or something. And then by that time, you know, those two kind of, you know, with a rage, said the theme now was to have these massive chase sequences and jump scares, and you can't fight back. So with this one, they've kind of still kept the formula of you're not really fighting back, but you are defending yourself in a way, but it only gives you an extra second or two to really do what you need to. Oh, I'm tired. Oh shit, wait, I haven't actually played 2, but I will fix that soon. 2's great. 2 had a lot of 2 had a lot of I think people were, no, it was the same with the first one, but people didn't like the second one because it's a little bit more open and whatever, but I loved it. I'm a big fan of Outlast. I'm a big fan of the cults. I'm a big fan of just the world. And I really dig. I just Outlast in general, really love it. And there's a couple kind of inspirations in a couple things I did in the night shift that, because at the time I played a lot of this during development. So there was a lot of things that a few things in the night shift that kind of pull from this. That's the second time I've yawned in a couple seconds, so I think I might stop it here because I'm getting a little bit eepy, a little bit tired. Let me just change that back to just chat. All right. I guess for those in chat who are unsure, you can check out the night shift here. Feel free to pick it up or wishlist it, or if it doesn't seem like your game, don't worry about it. But that's yeah, any of those little things help. And again, it's not perfect. There's a lot of things issues with it, but I'm still trying to work on that on my next game, or yeah, really improve. But yeah, we'll see how we go. We will see how we go. All right, who's on? Who is on? Thanks, Ken. Oh, again, there's no expectation for anyone to check the link. It's only if you're interested at all. Hey, Britters, how we doing? Oh, yeah, wrapping up. Yeah. Oh, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, it was. Oh, it was only going to be a rather small one today, but it went on a bit longer, and we played some Outlast Trials. But no, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Oh no, it's a bit awkward when it's really quiet. So there we go. Here's some music. It's always the way. Always the way, Britters. But no, how you doing? Welcome in. I think I have an idea of where I'm gonna drop you all off at. And I hope you're all in the mood for horror and a lovely Scottish lass. I'm gonna drop you off at the lovely Holly Dixon. Holly Dixon is lovely. She's amazing. You'll actually, if you have played the night shift or you look at all the details, Holly is actually has published her own book, and you can find that book in the night shift as well. Can't read it, but you can find it. So there's that. But no, Holly was one of those early adopters, and there was a lot of feedback. So lovely, absolutely lovely. But no, thank you everyone for just kind of chilling out and having a chill one tonight. It wasn't going to be too crazy, but we got there. Also, I haven't had dinner yet. That might be a problem. But no. Thank you. Yeah, Ken, thanks for dropping in, Britters. Sorry, I'm wrapping up. And then thank you so much for just hanging as well. I appreciate you all. But no. What was I doing? Oh my gosh. I can unpin that now. Don't need that. Get out of here. Stop it. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna also Brisbane based. That's right, you are too. Yeah. So if yeah, you might catch me on next time if you're around, if you're not busy. But no, it's been good to have some, all the raids as well from Dan. We had Doomies, and we had Pro Gamer. I believe it was Pro Gamer. Pro Gamer Steph. Yes, that's right. Yes. Okay. Hang on. You want to say bye to everyone? Wait. Come in. Ow. Bite my toe. Okay. He's in a playful mood. It's the look. Hmm? I don't know where he's been. I think he's just been snoozing places, haven't you, bud? Hmm? He's a good boy. He's playful, though. I've got to watch out for my hand, because he, you caught it, didn't you? With those big fangs of yours. Hmm? One thing that no, Chip, don't stop. Don't go for my anks. I'm sitting down. One thing that I've got to do, and I always forget, is feel free to join the Discord. I also kind of post past streams up on YouTube as well. So feel free if you want to hang around and catch future streams or some older ones. There's a couple links for you. I need to push those more and more, actually. I need to have them on a timer, I think. The bunny kicks are so cute. Yeah, he loves them. He loves the old bunny kick. Yeah, I know Scotchy has it where every time he says the word Discord, his Discord pops up. So I'm not sure if I need to do something like that. I don't know. But I think that's a later thing, I think. Why are you biting the couch? God, he's so weird. I'm deathly allergic to cats. It's so sad. Oh no. That's all right. Well, that's right. You can just have him through the screen. Oh my God. All right. I'm actually getting a little bit eepy now. But thank you everyone for popping in. And if you want to come and join me to raid into Holly, we can use this lovely raid message. If you are subscribed and you have access to the animated one. Otherwise, if you're not subscribed, you can use the other one. Or, hang on. No, I don't have another one. That's okay. Yeah, use either one. Use either one. But no, thank you everyone for just popping by and being cool and chill and watching me do Outlast Trials. Oh no. Oh no, she's gone for a pee. I think she's gone for a pee. She's currently on the Be Right Back screen. Immediately as I said raid in, she was on that. So that's right. We'll chill for a little bit, wait till she's back and then do it. Because I don't want you guys to be raid into a BRB screen. Hey Jet, hey, how you doing? You just been lurking? That's cool. You playing games? Or you just been living your best life? I'm starving, actually. Packing for beach house trip. Ooh, beach house trip? That sounds pretty fun. How long are you at the beach house trip? Beach house for? Days? Week? Months? Years? Only till Friday. Oh, that's awesome. Little holiday? Will you have a laptop or internet connection? Can you still play games or watch streams as well? Or is it like a no technology thing? Mobile internets. Gotcha. All right, we're raiding out. Okay, love you guys.